días. Good morning, everybody. Today is going to be an English lesson, English lesson. Gracias por estar aquí neste evento de conferencia final. Thank you for coming to this final conference of a Key Action, Erasmus Plus Key Action 3 project that, as you know, are the most relevant European projects. And it's on STEAM, fostering STEAM education in schools. I'm going to give the floor to the person who's going to open this conference, this long day conference. She is Inmaculada Maria Fernandez Teijeiro, and she is the deputy head of the, in la Consellería, subdirectora xeral en la Consellería de Cultura e Educación FP Universidades de todo relacionado con innovación, programas, inspección educativa. No, inspección justamente que no. No that. Education law, inclusion programs, and so, but also responsible for European projects. So we give the floor to Inma. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today to welcome you to this KA3 final conference of the project Fostering STEAM Education in Schools, with the acronym EduSIM STEAM under the title STEAM, the Power of Learning. I want to thank you all, partners, teachers, students, for your effort in coming together here today to see the results of the focus lines of the 3-year plus work in the Erasmus Plus KA3 EduSTEAM project together. EduSTEAM brings together partners from 6 countries: Turkey, Portugal, Lithuania, Holland, Ireland, and Spain, all taking part in a successful relevant KA3 project with key objectives focused on STEAM education for all education stakeholders, most especially for teachers, students, and schools. The objectives of the project have been mainly robotic literacy and the development of algorithmic thinking skills, mainly aimed at teachers and students through the integration of innovative practices in education with STEAM methodology. Thus, in a multidisciplinary learning areas, new learning areas are created where information and communication technologies are used and provide the development of high-level transversal competences such as scientific, creative, and critical thinking. The consortium has explored, adapted, created, and supported these objectives, approaching it to schools and education stakeholders in general. The most relevant results of the project will be disseminated in this final conference. The design of a STEAM methodology, a specific training course, the design of STEAM learning scenarios, the SimuLearn simulator platform in which they are applied, and references and recommendations for education stakeholders on the STEAM approach. Truly, the subject of this project is definitively a must for this education administration I represent, and it's tailored to our needs as we have implemented different actions in digital education for all education actors over the last decade. EdisGal, STEAM Bug, STEAM Week, Semana STEAM, robotics, makerspace, creative polls, science clubs, and hundreds of CPD opportunities for all teachers in Galicia, both on school premises and outside them through CPD opportunities organized by our strong Galician in-service network. Besides, last year, the Department of Education I represent, launched the Galician Digital Education Network, composed by 78 specialists, teachers who will advise schools and support their technological transformation. This is the first action of the Galician Digital Education Strategy 2030, with an investment of 120 million euros, implemented by the Education Department of Galicia. This final conference will also provide the space and the visibility and share that is being done in Galicia. This final conference will also provide the space, Taking part in a KA3 European project is core and top strategic in the architecture of Erasmus+. It's a great opportunity to bring together new ideas from people from different backgrounds, definitely a great challenge that will bring an impact at all levels. But above all, what is most relevant here today is that this is the venue here where the project partners consortium together with all the attendees, teachers without whom nothing is possible, and other education stakeholders can explore, share, and learn about the STEAM approach. It's my hope, representing the Consellería de Cultura, Educación, Formación Profesional e Universidades, the Education Department of Galicia, that this European project will add an extra European value to the reflections on the subject and a positive impact in its international context. We wish you all a very rewarding day. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Hollisey, and I am a partner on the project, and I have been asked to MC this morning, so it's my pleasure. I would thank you, Immaculata, for those lovely words, and I think in planning today for all of you, mostly teachers, we have tried to create a day where you will get a chance to experience some talks, some practical workshops. We have some really exciting things for you to do, and then some chance to listen to some discussion. But to start the day, I would like to call on our leader, our project leader, Samaya, and she will talk to us about the project. And as was said at the beginning, it's a key action 3, and she will provide an overview. So, Samaya.
Okay. Thank you very much, Michael. Dear guests, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Edificio STEAM's project conference. It is a real honor for us to launch these beautiful day, the participants, and we would be discussing today how we achieved the project, what we have done, what we have learned, and how we could move forward for STEAM education. And let us start with a short video of the project. What is Edificio STEAM, what we have done, and it has an innovative output which would serve as a simulation and which would serve as an innovative platform for teachers to practice their STEAM competences. So let's watch the video, and then I will give brief information about the project with our partners. You could start the video. Okay, let's now start with the presentation. And first of all, before we present, it has a lot of lessons. It has a lot of key deliverables to share with the partners, but due to the limited time, I would focus on the main output of the project. First of all, my name is Sümeyye Hatice Eral. I am from Turkish Ministry of Education and I work as a project manager for Edificio STEAM project. Edificio STEAM is a project founded by the European Commission. It is selected among the 27 projects across Europe and it is designed as an innovative project to test new approaches in education. And STEAM education, one of the key domains of education, it is one of the key approaches to foster innovation across the world. So it will test an innovative approach to foster STEAM education. The name is correctly reflected in its practices as well. The project mainly focuses on to develop the computational thinking of the students and the teachers, but it is not limited to the computational thinking. It would mainly focus on problem solving, creativity, and provides a multidisciplinary model for teaching and learning across Europe. So the main goal is not to develop the problem-solving skills, but it would provide an innovative approach to test and collect evidence for promoting innovation across Europe. The project doesn't only focus on teachers and students, but it also brings together policymakers and researchers in order to collect evidence for effective policy making. The project is founded as a policy reform project, so the findings would lead the researchers and the policymakers to transform education through the evidence and to see the real needs of the schools for effective STEAM education, dear colleagues. And we could see that teachers in this project take part to practice innovative teaching methods, and students take part in learning and the teaching activities by testing STEAM education practices in an online platform. It is the SimiLearn, but SimiLearn is the final output. Through the SimiLearn, students can take part in problem solving through computational thinking skills, but also teachers change their way and change their mindset to test their new approach and to test the new model presented by this project. On the other side, policymakers collect evidence and see how we could mainstream the innovative education policies through the platform, through the teacher training, through the capacity building activities, and through the needs that will be serving as a basis for the project. And researchers, we have valuable researchers in this project, and they are working in the different parts of Europe, and the researchers see that how we could collect evidence and provide a research model for STEAM education, bring together technology, bring together the other 21st century skills such as the problem solving, creativity, and how we could transfer that research data to the policy reform, and how we could learn from this experience at the school level. So it is very important to see the different expertise from various organizations. It is not only limited to the policymakers, it is not only limited to the schools, but it also has the scientific evidence from the researchers. It is the project's important sides. So we have the main approach in 4 domains. First of all, at the first stage, we collected evidence at European level. We wanted to see how teachers want to take part in STEAM education activities. Therefore, we identified schools, teachers' needs for enrolling STEAM education practices. And then based on these needs, we designed a learning platform, steam.eba.go.tr. Through this platform, teachers take part in STEAM learning activity. As a first stage, they just improve their skills for transforming their teaching practices. And those training platform was based on a STEAM education framework, so it does not only provide a learning platform, but it is a platform connected through theory and practice, so it is very important to take part in a learning and training platform based on a theoretical background. Third of all, and we provide a simulation platform, but simulation platform also operated by the STEAM education scenarios developed by the researchers and the other team members. And the STEAM scenarios provide an understanding of STEAM education needs and brings together different parts of the education, because we know that STEAM education is the is the area where it brings together technology, innovation, and the other disciplines. So we also wanted to see a simulation platform together with the STEAM education side. And it is the similar platform, including the scenarios and also the platform, dear colleagues. And finally, we want to support policymakers and we want to support the ministries, how they could transform and how they could mainstream new policies for education. Therefore, we wanted to promote innovation through the evidence based on the project, and we would be again launching a policymaker guide to support the policymakers, to support the ministries or the other local authorities in order to transform their policies and take part in the innovative approach across Europe. These are the 4 main domains of the project, and we have achieved these activities in separated and dedicated work packages. The project is 42 months project, so it has been more than 3 years that we take part in the project, so there are a lot of lessons and there are a lot of activities done specifically in work package, so I won't go in detail and leave time for the other discussion. You could see that in specific year, we focused on a specific tasks and deep dive in the project activities. In the first year, we designed the project and collected evidence for further activities. And the upcoming year, we focused on upskilling of teachers. We wanted to improve the competences of teachers for STEAM education so that they could easily take part in the next stage of the project. And last year, we focused on developing the platform and integrating STEAM scenarios on the SimLearn, and this year is the piloting, dissemination, and supporting phase for ministries or the other school-level partners. This project is not done by a single organization. It is a pure cooperation and collaboration. The project started at the very beginning of the COVID crisis, so we had a very good partnership. We had a really supportive consortium in the project, so I kindly invite the project partners to the stage so that we could grade and show that we are a strong team working in this project at EU level. Dear partners, could you please come in the stage and greet the audience?
Thank you.
Michael from the H2 Learning, Miguel from STEM Academy, Ligita from the Kaunas University of Technology, Anita from Vilnius University, and you know Luz. Luz is the key staff in the Xunta, and Erdinç Bey. Erdinç Bey is from the Middle East Technical University, and Piet from the Boss Social. Unfortunately, we have a missing partner, and this partnership, this consortium, made the STEAM education a real success in Europe. And thank you very much for your cooperation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Well done. Thank you, Sumaya, and it has been a great project, and we're still in the project, and now we are going to I've left my piece of paper, so sorry, and my glasses. Thank you, Eduardo. Important technology. So now I think you are in for a treat. As Sumaya said, there's a really interesting group of partners in this project. We don't always see things the same way because we are coming from different cultures, we have different backgrounds, but there is at the core a desire to learn from each other. And now we have the pleasure of inviting one of our partners, Piet Komers, from the Netherlands. And Piet has given his talk the title STEAM, the Power of Learning, which we have taken as the title of the conference. So I'm really looking forward to Piet and what he has to say to us this morning. So Piet.
Thanks. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's a big honor to me, of course, to speak to you. And my main job is to keep my lecture in the time frame. So ultimately 11 o'clock, it's my job to finish. There are many theories about learning. But what happens typically is that we take a new approach and we take it as the holy grail for the next 10 or 20 years. And what happens then? The old good theories that were proven for centuries were moving away. So I think it's our responsibility to take the best ideas of STEAM, which is just an acronym, taking again together the pillars of science, technology, engineering, art and mathematics, and to take the best of it and to mix it in the blend of good theories on learning. Now, I was just writing a book 2 years ago. The title is Sources for a Better Education. And the main idea of the book is, I'm not selling the book here because there are much better books, but the main idea of the book is that there is nothing so diverse as learning. There are so many types of learning processes. And hence, we need a plethora, we need a good diversity of teaching methods. So this is just one of the creeds from the history, I think from the 70s. William Glasser, he was not an empirical educational scientist, but he had just a view, a way to express. It's a rhetoric sequence of ideas, you see. If you read, you will remember small part, 10%. What you hear, you might remember more, depends on your cognitive style. What you see in the reality, you remember more. But you see, what is the most important thing is that, let's see if it works, it doesn't work. So you can see that what we discuss with others, we remember more, 70%. What we experience is a real life. If you miss the bus, or if your potatoes, you were boiling the potatoes, it failed, too much steam, for instance, then we will experience and we will remember it for more percent, 80%. But most important is that what we teach, we will never forget. Why? Because if you teach, you are teaching yourself too. By listening what you are actually improvising, that is really what you will remember, because it's part of yourself. And most important, Michael and me were discussing around 2 beers, that once you have a certain level of improvising, why is it good for the audience? Because the audience feels committed. They feel like they are co-creators at that very moment. That's the big difference if I would be behind my camera in my home and teaching. I could not see your faces. I could not see your reactions like a person leaving the room. That's important to know. I know she's leaving because she has another important job, Immaculada. But important is that we feel we have a joint situation. We feel both responsible to make it a success, a pleasure, and a good future. That's why teaching is much more than delivering the information. It is an event where we feel both, students and teachers, feel responsible for a certain element of life. And that's why we should review when we use the ICT. For instance, I started building my computers in the 70s, and it was a long journey. The most important steps in that was that computers are, I would call it catalytic. They are opening a new element in our awareness compared to what we had yesterday. And that's a philosophical part, but it means that we have the tools. The tools will finally become a method, and the method may start a new culture. How we approach each other, our sense of politeness, our etiquette is quite important. And hopefully, in that sense, education will have a very good catalytic effect to the peace in the world, to living together from totally different cultures, different histories, different traditions. That's hopefully what's happening with STEAM too, that we push away. We say, okay, I am a physicist, or I am a linguist, I put it aside because I know already I am an expert in that, but I'm willing to think about disciplines from my colleagues and say, I'm an amateur yet, but I open my mind and I'm willing to cooperate. So that's just the first of the 180 slides. Sorry for that. We might say that in learning and in education, it's about intellect, knowledge and skills we have to transfer. Okay, we agree about that. I think we never throw it away. But on the point 2 is social loyalty and missions in life. It means exactly what I was telling, that once we have a feeling of togetherness, we transmit much more than the actual information. What we do is we share our willingness to go into the unknown. Some people call it taking risk or leaving the comfort zone. And I think this is essential. If education is just, here are the books on the shelves, here are the examinations we can expect, we are going to make a very safe trip to the examination, then we prune away so many excursions that are maybe very important for life. We see now eco, we see circular economy. Those are all ingredients to survive on the planet. What we don't have yet is, we were always saying, yes, maybe education will help to keep peace. And obviously it has not worked. Something is missing in the process. I don't say it's the mistake of education, but I think we miss something between education and the later phases in life, how we vote, how we take responsibility in the market economy, how we balance between capitalism and collectivism. And those are also important ingredients for STEAM, I think. Point 3 is social awareness. So what we do in schools, yes, we teach about polity, how the rules are, how the elections, how the citizens should behave, etc. That's important, but it's just the beginning. I think we should do more in terms of citizenship and societal awareness, responsibilities, social committedness, loyalness. Finally, personality, ethics and responsibility. That's the total of the person. I think we are aware that education, we are talking to persons. The students are persons. I don't say personalities yet, but they are potentially personalities. And that is, I think, a more delicate, it's a more important process than we are aware of. So I would like to generalize STEAM, not only the force to push, but it's also, especially, it's opening the eye for the future where schools have a high social responsibility, not only to transmit what we have on the shelves, but to recreate and to contribute in the awareness what society needs. So it's societal engine, we might say. This is my grandfather with 3 of his students in the 30s of the previous century. He was teaching carpentry. What we see here is that one student should perform a certain action to shivel the wooden block so that it's nice square. And my father is looking, has his hand in the pocket. That's a typical thing at the time, because we should talk. We should not push the student, but talk, look and coach. And what we see is in the middle are the 2 boys, the 2 students. They have to watch how the student on the left side is doing the skill. And what we see, the student needs to do something to check. And what you see, the students in the middle, they are laughing, and one is looking a bit conscious. After 5 minutes, I need to perform myself. So he's very keen. And that's, I think, what we maybe underestimate, is that in learning, there is a process of identification from one student to another student, because the student in the middle, they know, if I don't pay attention to my co-student, I might miss my performance. And that's a kind of, we call it vicarious learning. We learn because of observing the real student at that very moment. Quite important. We see that, and that's, I think, the metaphor of STEAM. Excuse me. We see big cities, smart cities, with a lot of communication. We make them with what we call sensors, big data, and we know that exchanging students among the societies is a delicate process. What we hope, and that was what we started in the 80s, is to say, well, students, they need to migrate, they need to go to another part of the world, and then participate, and then they become real critical learners, critical thinking. What happens, unfortunately, and we should think about it, is that once students from abroad, they come to our students are not enough concerned about the learning of the guest students. Our students only open their mind once they are in a city. They don't know a culture like being in Shanghai for the first time and survive there. You need to master the skills. So what we see is an asymmetric learning among the cultures by outgoing and incoming students. We need to find solutions for that. Well, we see an increase of, let's say, complexity. We have work teams, that's the blue area on the left. We go to communities of practice, and we go to social networks, which is about living together, working together. You see, internationalization is, of course, is a multicultural, multinational issue. So this is the nice plethora, and I think the STEAM is just in the beginning. What I hope is that after STEAM we get diesel engines, more power, more regulation, more, let's say, spirit, and then we go to maybe to the nuclear power of the learning. How to do that? That's, I think, the question we should answer. Now, easygoing question for you today. I would like that you keep it in mind. STEAM, is it the goal? Or is it the means? Do we want to achieve something different? Or is it the cosmetics? I don't hope it will be the cosmetics, but it may be some additive, small ingredient like we have in silicon. We add some special ions to make it semiconductor. So I think STEAM is both the goal and the means. It's the goal for now because we would like to implement, but also it's something to achieve even more important. I think combining the issues, combining the disciplines is not a full goal, it's just an intermediate step. What do we like to achieve with it? More essential learning, I would say, learning to learn, and to make the teachers feel more free, to give their real knowledge. It's not to say page 52, no, it's bring it. I did so, and I asked the student to sit around the motorbike, and I was telling for 1 hour about the motorbike, because it was at the front of my interest at that time. And I think this is what really teachers can do. Of course, they have a large curriculum, big curriculum, they have the test, but they should always feel free as an existential mission to talk what they think is important. So we see here a two-sided process. We see the single loop learning, that's typically when you make the goals of the teaching and the learning, and you say, we have to achieve this, and how to do that. That's the content and the method, and then the learning is complete. But learning is not complete, because we have a double loop learning. The big loop is, we ask ourselves, is our education the best we can imagine? Is it really complying with the future of our society? And that's an ongoing process, you see. After COVID, we have totally new ideals, criteria, and we can call it evidence-based, but still, it should be realistic, it should be feasible. And that's the question, how can we improve our educational paradigm? My main concern is that we have been so clever in increasing the testing and the assessment methods. So good, we calibrate it every year. We have an institute, I think many countries have an institute to calibrate and to tune the testing, etc. This is so obsessive that it may paralyze the teachers. And hopefully, STEAM is helping the teachers to feel fresh air again, to feel really their responsibility to teach as a person, to teach from their soul, not only from their heart, but also from the soul. We have a two-sided process. Left is bottom-up and the right is top-down. And I was very happy that Michael and Professor Erdinch was agreeing that we should take to the both sides of the dissemination process. Emotions and robotics, that's one element, the computational thinking. I am very happy that the group from Lithuania is so active on formalizing that, because so many things happen when students are in the process of bricolage, to improvise, to experiment new devices, and the excitement coming from that. We can see that other parts of the brain that we were never thinking about, like pattern recognition, like decomposing abstraction, algorithmic thinking, that is now recognized as an important, let's say, mix of talents that we need to develop. One of my PhD students, Matti Terra, he's in Joensuu in Finland. He was writing a book on computational thinking recently. And there is more to come, and I know the group from Lithuania do marvelous work on that. So we can say, yes, virtuality is going. I already mentioned vicarious learning. That is when you look to your peer students, but this is one step further, and we know that the multiverse approach, metaverse, is going to be there. But at the moment still, we can ask, is not reality enough to experience during learning? I think it's not. We need devices like the watch, like the overlay, augmented reality, to look through the physical world and to see the conceptual world behind it. And that's, I think, what we need to do for, you see, the Google Glass was terminated because it was too much affecting the privacy issues. If we talk together and I have such Google Glass, it's not fair because I can use it at moments where you don't to be remembered about this moment in the conversation. And so it's left behind for persons with visual impairment, but we see new techniques. AI, recently it came to the publicity, OpenAI is the big thing. ChatGPT is of course a big wake-up call for education, because if we ask students, please make a report, it could be delivered by OpenAI. It's not what we want. What is the effect? Effect is similar to STEAM. Effect is that we are going to increase the formulation by students. If we formulate the sentences which are mostly reproducing what was already known yesterday, then it's not the highest expression of learning. The real learning is not what I was learning yesterday from another person. The person knew it. It was the teacher of or my co-student. No, it's what I make in the contribution. It sounds like a bit ideological. Michael says, Pete, it's evangelical. I'm very proud of that. But you see that the new criteria for learning is not what you reproduce, it's what you construct. It's what you build on top of that, standing on the shoulders of your teachers. I am not sure what AI will contribute to that, but I have thought, of course, how the two hemispheres work together. So the left side is more hard skills, is more the reasoning, it's more the deductive, and the right side is the problem solving, the inductive learning. And what we see is now students, they are in front of a big whiteboard and they have the tools to make icons, to scribble, to make any association that comes to their mind. And I think we should be aware that STEAM is really encouraging both teachers and students to express what is in your mind at that very moment. It's, yeah, I see some doubt we can discuss later. Is it a messy representation? Yes, it looks messy, but not for the student who is expressing what he was thinking 2 minutes ago. Believe me, it's a new way to represent our ideas. It's by sketching, and we don't need scruples to express when we are in a concept mapping action. Of course, we can formalize that based on epistemic representations already on the web. And I give this example many times. Maybe some of you know it already. Is this a correct picture? Sofia, capital of Bulgaria. Well, some of you will say, yes, I recognize Alexander Nevsky Cathedral and some Roman reminiscence from Roman times. But is it a correct picture? Yes, in the sense that all the buildings are there, but what's not correct is the configuration. It's a montage. So it is just to squeeze everything on the postcard, showing that I'm happy to be in Sofia. Well, you can see here it's an increasing cascade from technical skills on the right side, the lower right side. We had the human skills, the soft skills, communication skills in the middle. We are still in the middle of that. But we now go to the conceptual skills. What does it mean? Concepts. What are concepts? I've been teaching for more than 30 years about that. A concept, in my view, I give you the solution. I hope you will torture yourself to think what's a concept later. If you can't sleep, think about what's a concept. But a concept, in my view, is a transition. It's a switch from one point of view to another point of view. So it's not an object, it's not a state, but it's a transition. And what's a transition? We call it also a sum of thought. You see, the thinking is not a linear causal chain. It is something that comes into your, it pops in the mind. And then you say, I was thinking about nice color, like Somaya has the orange color, we like it. But now I use the color orange maybe to talk about our monarchy, our football team. It can be any attribute that has a similarity. And that makes the thinking saccadic, it's jumping. And we are not responsibility to explain why we make this jump. It's a very deep arsenal of our memory and experiences, and it will pop up and it guides us. That's the process. I think STEAM is going to benefit from this saccadic jumping of thought. Well, I give you an example. When we talk about entrepreneurial learning, entrepreneurial mindset, I give this, and the solution was given by a girl of 5 years old in the kindergarten. The question is, and I explained the picture, of course, the left side, there are 3 shops besides each other, all selling vegetables. The left shop says highest quality. Good. The shop on the right side says lowest prices. And I asked the children, what should be on top of the door of the shop in the middle? What should the shop say in order to attract customers? Can you talk to your neighbor, please, for 2 or 5 seconds? What should be in the middle? Who would like to shout a solution? You are very polite. But in terms of STEAM should come from the ears and you should shout. You are so polite, so I will not. Likita, do you have a solution? You are a computational thinker. You know the right answer already from previous. Thank you so much for preventing me from. Okay, but you can say it. Please say it. What's the solution that I give? What a child give, 5-year-old. What? Yes, entrance. Entrance. Please laugh now. You see, do you need a big curriculum? Now, the curriculum might hamper you to find this answer. And once you own a shop in such a position, you have to find solutions to attract customers. And of course, your neighbors will be quite angry, at least jealous. But this is a kind of thinking that we don't cover in curricula. And it's not necessary, because there are so many examples. This is just a caricature. By the way, I always like a kind of anecdotes, but teaching in abroad, it was in China. I inserted some anecdotes, and the audience was laughing. It was translated, of course, into Chinese language. And I asked the translator, how did you make the translation? And the translator said, it's very sorry, it's very simple. I say, foreigner tells joke, please laugh now. That was my experience. So always be very decent that telling a joke in another culture is almost impossible. Still, we try to do it. Okay, there's a picture, and it has to do with conceptual thinking. I think some of you know it, but the question is, what is the meaning of the picture? And you have some seconds to think about it, freely. Close your eyes and think about what might be the meaning. Is it a positive picture? Is it an optimistic? Is it a skeptic? Is it a cynical picture? You might think about it. And one of the questions I ask my students is, the man who's walking away with the building to the city in the background, well, what's he doing? Is the building finished, ready to be planted in the big city? So it's a critical on urban planning. And there's no solution, it makes you think. What is a city? What's a good city? Can you make a city? Can you plant a city like a farm? The answer is clear. There's another picture from the Dutch newspaper about 25 years ago. And if you don't know the story, it's hard to reconstruct. But at that time, there was a paralyzing tension in the parliament because there came a new fast train line from The Hague up to Paris. And the question was, do we need a new railway track, a second railway track? The people could not decide because it was through the green heart of Holland, tiny country, only very few remaining nature. And what happened? Through the picture, the decision was made, we need a second railway track because such a kind of confusing system is too dangerous. So that's what you know is visual literacy, visual journalism can really help the decision makers to do it. Of course, when you show, I give you my heart, it's not a good way to make an attractive movement to the lady, so don't do it. What I would like to say is that there has been huge transitions in history. When London had not yet underground, you have the map of London, and Michael knows much more about it, I think. But you see the River Thames, and once the early metro lines were made, physically made, the London Underground map was isomorphic to the geometry of London. And you could see it's not easy to read the schedule. If you need to decide to take this line or another line to avoid the number of transitions, it's not easy. And then there came a man, John Beck, and he said, we don't need a map, we need a schematic representation, a diagram. He was an electronic engineer. And this became the map finally, I think it's almost the current map, 270 stations, even more. And using the color and the fisheye view allows you to make better decisions. And I think the analog metaphor for education is that we are still coping with natural representations. We have the disciplines with their own thinking modes. They are good, they are realistic, but they are not the most efficient in the ICT time when we have the social networks, when we have the huge new interfaces by Google. Google will use AI patterns to give answers, so not giving the links, but make a dialogue between the system and you have more social, let's say, confirmation that this is a valid thing. Okay. What was happening in the future? We had the book metaphor. The book mills on the left side is just to maneuver between the books and to compare the Bibles or the Talmuds. On the right side, you see a counter approach. This is the Sefirot, it's the tree of the wisdom, and the lessons, the spirituality of the moment was, if you want to learn from a book, you need to meditate before. What are my values? What do I want to achieve? What's my value in life? Who do I want to be? And that's the representation of the notes like honesty, purity, eternity. All those values are in the mind before you go to a particular learning goal. And this is exactly the nice project what Professor Erdins did by, let's say, making a good city approach and all the disciplines needed to do that. So we have conceptual. I already explained. I hope it's clear what's conceptual. Conceptual is chasing the mind. It's go from A to B. We have the epistemic and the declarative. That's what we call science. And that means it's a more systematic representation. And we have the episodic representation. That's the story, the events from the past until now. And that's another kind of memory. And then, of course, we have the procedural memory. What do medical doctors learn? It's procedures. Every procedure has some fact-checking. If you don't have the good procedure, high probability that the patient will have a suboptimal treatment. Well, the schematic on the left sounds, maybe it looks a bit sophisticated, but it is just what happens if you buy or sell a house in the Netherlands. It's about more than 100 transactions, and it will last for 4 years. If you buy the house, then for 4 years there is all type of administrative things. Well, I hope it will not happen in education. So-called learning profiles, learning analytics, that it will not be such a kind of opaque black box, because we will not help. We need a dashboard for teachers to have very clear information. Maybe need to know Johnny went away from home crying because there was a conflict between his parents, for instance. Those kind of personal information is needed for the teacher in order to mitigate for each of the students the best approach. Now we can see that constructivism, that was what we did in the 80s, logo, programming, was kind of optimistic idea. Still I believe in it, that meaning is not what you get from the information. Meaning is what you create. To understand something, you need to produce, to construct a small-scale model in the language that you use. It can be Prolog, it can be Lisp, it can be the new systems like C# Measure by Microsoft, etc. So the danger, of course, is that it's not a romantic story. Students can get caught by the construction they are making. It's not that automatically by giving freedom to the students that they make sophisticated and not comfortable constructions. They might get trapped. So we need to do something. Something I did in my early years was to make a concept mapping tool. The size of the notes was reflecting the connectivity between the nodes based on graph theory. Now, Ken Robinson says that students, we have to be very careful because creativity should always be part, we should nurture it. That when a student gives a wrong answer, how should we cope? We should try to understand what's the reason of the wrong answer, what was the mechanism for this student. Another student has another so-called wrong answer, but any answer has a role in the thinking. Now we see the tools like interactive physics, hydraulics, we can experiment, we can learn by doing, by experimentation. You see the pin of the truck, and you see the diagram when the forces that land on the pin of the truck. And here we go to kinematics. You can experiment a lot. All the tools are there. Also economic tools to think. There is a longer list. Crocodile physics, crocodile electronics is one of the tools, 3D modeling and concept mapping itself. A very nice project based on the work of by the project in Warwick. Murik Bainan is a brilliant mathematician and teaching computer science. So what Murik developed is a technique. If there is a computer science student, of course we teach the students to be very sensitive to what the customer wants. The user interface, the transitions behind the screen, that should be, you should learn it from the customer, because the customer is really, he knows for ages how it works. So what Murik Bainan said in the Construit project, please let students play with the type of transitions that go on in the domain. If it's a safety program for traffic lights, if it's a program for medical diagnosis, etc., let students play with the variables and the parameters in the domain, so that they do not hear in a passive way what the customer wants, but they become kind of domain experts, early experts. They need to experience what's important in the domain. I think it was a wonderful approach and really fits in the STEAM. This is my summary, and then I think we should take a break. It's always good to have some extra time in a conference. So I skip a lot of my, I can go give you some further conclusion, but my conclusion is that the learning and the working, we know it already. It's a good marriage. You have to work in order to learn. You have to learn in order to work. We know the marriage between learning and playing. I think it was one of the early things in education. Maria Montessori, for instance, Pestalozzi. So many proponents, they say playing is an important mindset to learn, to discover, to experiment, to be as you want to be. That's a romantic view. In Germany we say Bildung, becoming who you want to be. But of course the critical question here is the marriage between playing and working. Playing is not gaming, because gaming is to win, but the real playing is to refresh your mind. What's the biggest problem in early careers? Burnout. The deadlines, the high pressure, the high ambition, over-ambition I would say, is preventing young people to get confidence, and they lose their position, they lose confidence, they lose their personality, they get in a crisis. That's what we want to avoid, of course. So there is a view that education needs to anticipate to the marriage between playing and working. How can you do a very focused job but still keep the mind open? I think this is a good mission for STEAM in the next few years. I'm so happy to be in the project, and I look forward to the policy statements that we will create. We have some extra time, and that's good to keep playing. Thanks for your attention. Thank you. Any questions is welcome. If not, we are free for a nice coffee, I think, or a break anyway. And we can discuss much more than we would allow in the room. Thanks again.
It's only 10:30 in the morning in Ireland. We just have a cup of tea, but that beautiful pastries and coffee, etc., has now got my sugar levels up. So this is really good. So I just want to make an announcement on the program. Now I will make this a few times today. So this evening at 1800 hours, we have the simultaneous papers. We have 4 simultaneous papers. And on the program, the first paper, Tunch, is giving a paper solving real-life problems through computational thinking, a STEAM approach, and it says that it will be in this room, in the auditorium. So it's going to move, and now it will be in room 10. And then presentation 4, Engen, is giving a presentation called a collaborative action research project to promote STEAM culture, and that is moving from room 10 to the auditorium. So if you are participating in either of those talks, you need to move room. Okay? So now we will continue with the presentation. Okay? And I think it's me. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I can move around. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. So that's me. I was having a happy day. Okay. And I had more hair. Okay. So Samaya has asked me to give you some insights into the project. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit about where I'm coming from on this. So I was a primary teacher, and I used to teach in primary schools in Ireland, and a lot of my work is working with teachers who are involved in STEAM projects. Unlike Pete, I'm not very good with programming with Arduino or bringing in my motorcycle to the students. That's not me. So I work more in the policy area. So I'm going to share with you some of the insights that I have from the project on behalf of my colleagues. Okay, so what is this project about? And the website is really packed with lots of really good materials, ingredients, and if you haven't visited the website, please do. This is what the project said we were going to do. The main objectives of the project are to create new learning environments using information and communication technologies, and to develop high-level skills such as scientific, creative, and critical thinking by integrating innovative practices in education with STEAM education that supports the 21st century skills and multidisciplinary learning spaces. There's a lot in that. For me, I think there's a couple of things. The first is this idea of new learning environments, and later on today you will get to see the online platform, which I'll talk about in a moment briefly, but there will be a presentation specifically on that. Also, the project has developed a set of materials for lots of different groups, whether you're involved at the ministry level, whether you're at the school as a school principal, school leader, or if you're a teacher in the classroom. And we are trying to help you to take ideas and bring them back to your own classroom and to use them. Again, there's been a lot of activity on the project. We're still not finished. So as Samaya said, at the very beginning we started with the needs analysis, and that's interesting in that it captures where people are at. And I know in Galicia you have a digital strategy, and you mentioned STEAM in the digital strategy. It's very much a part of your policy, which is actually, you're probably one of only 5 regions in Europe that have such a policy. So it's really good to see. One of the other areas, and again you'll hear about this later today, is we have created a lot of materials for teachers. There is a MOOC available. Some of you have probably participated in it already. Then we have the learning scenarios. We have the platform. And as I said, we have the policy guide. So these are some of the things. So you've had 3 presentations already, if you haven't remembered, and each of us has put this up on the screen, okay? And I think this is a really important question. What is STEAM? And it's not a trick question. It's a question for you, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a parent, whether you're a policymaker. What is this thing we're calling STEAM? I've borrowed this slide and the next from my colleague Erdinç from the Middle East Technical University, because I like it. And he says it's a new science, math, technology, education paradigm for a new world. 21st century skills as learning outcomes. He even calls it a STEAM philosophy. So it's almost, going back to what Pete was talking about in the last presentation, this is a state of mind. You know, we have developed our schools, and in Ireland it's the same, which have been based mainly on subjects. We have things called STEAM subjects. We all know what they are. Or do we? Okay? You know, the question is geography a STEAM subject? Think about that. Is home economics a STEAM subject? So, what is STEAM? Because if we cannot answer what is STEAM, and we go into our schools, we will have trouble. You are here today because you're probably interested in STEAM, but in our project, we believe every teacher is a STEAM teacher. So we need to be able to talk, as Pete said, we learn through discussion, have discussions with our colleagues. This is what STEAM looks like. So again, borrowing from Erdinç's presentation, this is what he sees as some of the essential characteristics of STEAM. And these are things that you will hear a lot of during the day. It's this idea of interdisciplinary, real world, inquiry-based, collaborative, creativity, and reflective. And I think it's really important that in this slide we have a child, a young person, and thinking about the world that we need as teachers, as schools, to prepare them for. And if we can create activities in our schools where we can motivate these children and engage them and use the environment of our school, whether it's beside the sea, it's in the city, it's wherever, it's in the country, then we are engaged in STEAM. And again, there's a lot of talk about these key competencies. These are at the European level. And you can see we have science, technology, engineering, mathematics, we've multilingual, we've literacy, we've cultural awareness and expression, entrepreneurship, again, citizenship, as Pete mentioned earlier, personal social learning, and we have the digital. And all of these need to interact, and this is what we are trying to develop in our schools using STEAM. And then, you can't read that, that's too small, but this is the world of work that is one of our jobs in our schools to prepare young people for. And if you just look at some of the headings, so we need to prepare them, we need to develop their cognitive abilities, we need to develop their interpersonal, their leadership, and their digital. And we would argue in this project that using a STEAM approach, we can do that, because there is a big change in the type of skills that are going to be needed to survive in the world of today and tomorrow. This picture, I only came across this in the last 2 weeks myself, and as Pete has mentioned, we went for something to eat last night and a beer, and we were talking about this. And I think as teachers and as parents, we need to recognize that the world at the moment is a very, it's a VUCA world, okay? So it's volatile, it's uncertain, there's uncertainty, there's complexity, and there's ambiguity. We've just come through COVID-19. We have a war in Ukraine. We have lots of other disruptions going on in the world. So how do we prepare our young people for this world? Also, somebody else recently said, maybe we should take out the ambiguity and put in AI, okay? I mean, I'm sure everybody is thinking, okay, AI. How many of you think it's a thing for good in your schools? Yeah? Some. How many of you are convinced it's not good? Okay, not many. Okay. I mean, it's here. So we need to prepare our young people. We need to think about it in the context of our schools, how we are going to assess, how we are going to design learning activities, because it's not going away. It's probably going to get a lot more powerful than it is at the moment. And ultimately, when we think of, in this project, we are thinking about young people. And this young person here, let's say she or he is, I think it's a he, is 4 years of age. In Ireland, that person will be working until 2085. Think about that. So how are we going to prepare them for this world? This is a quote from the OECD. And I'm not going to read the whole lot, but I will read the second piece. It's talking about the change and the need to prepare for the future. To do so, successful education systems must harness the kinetic energy of the ever-changing world they inhabit. That's that uncertainty that I talked about. Becoming more dynamic and agile to meet the needs of an ever-increasing diverse set of students. I think we all know in all our schools now, we have students that have different needs. Some of them are coming from different backgrounds, they speak different languages. So how are we going to actually make sure that they are engaged and that they are interested? And ultimately, this is another area where our schools, we know, play a really important role. And it's about making sure that in our schools that we create spaces and we have time for you and the students to engage in STEAM learning activities. So ultimately, it's in schools that we will have the opportunities to create opportunities where there is interdisciplinary, where we are mixing up our disciplines, or we are combining different conceptual ideas, as Pete spoke about this morning. This one around the real world, this has been an idea that's been around for a long time. And in this project, we learned very quickly that teachers struggle sometimes to find real world problems that are sufficiently engaging for their students. So in this project, we have developed a set of learning scenarios that you can take. They're in your languages, and you can use them with your students. You can change them. They are, if you want to work at a very complex level, you can do that. You can also use it at a simple level. Inquiry-based. Again, we are trying to promote in this project and give you tools and approaches that you can make it interesting for the students so they can ask questions. If we don't have curious students, if we have bored students, if we have students who are not engaged, then, it's not fun. So we really need to create opportunities. So we've given you lots of materials there. Collaborative. We have been we know that in the world of work, that teamwork is really important. We know that we need to give our students opportunities to develop those collaborative skills. And if we don't do it in schools, they won't develop it elsewhere. Also, we know that we have to teach these skills. So with these learning scenarios, etc., we've given you the tools to enable you to engage in that. Creativity. I mean, creativity is a word that it's really important. And I think as a teacher, when I think back on the best teachers I ever had, they were the ones that were creative. So again, we need, as Pete said earlier, we are advocating in this project to give teachers more freedom. That teachers can decide, yeah, today it's a beautiful day, the sun is shining, we are going to do a STEAM activity and we will go outside. We're not going to be stuck inside. So these are the kinds of things. And the last one is reflection. And this idea of reflecting and as teachers, trying things out, making mistakes, this is part of our job. We don't have the right answer. And saying that you don't know something is actually as important as pretending that you know the answer. It's much more important. So this whole idea of reflection and actually asking the students, did you enjoy that? Did it work? What worked well? What might we change? This is all part of what we are about in our project. So very quickly, for a moment, I'm just going to talk about the outputs. This is one of the documents. It was a needs analysis. It's there. It talks about what was happening, what is happening. Well, it's old now because it happened a few years ago at the start of the project. But what was happening and the views of teachers in all of our countries. So we did this because we wanted evidence. We wanted to know where teachers were, what there was happening in their systems so that we could move forward. Also, one of the key things that we heard early on was that teachers want support. They want to have materials that they can engage with for training. So there's a complete MOOC, and you can see it's translated into all the languages. So the first unit is, it explains what I've just been talking about in relation to an integrated STEAM approach. The second unit is about STEAM subjects and how STEM careers are contextualized at school. Again, in my own country, STEM, when we talk about it, or STEAM, it's more often than not associated with careers. And, you know, we're talking about people at the university level. But that's important, but we are focused on schools and we are focused on developing a STEAM philosophy in all of our children. Then subject-specific details for teachers, and finally there's a unit on robotics. So these are materials, you can work through them on your own, and again, visit our website. We have created lots of guides. This is one that I just picked out because I hadn't seen it before. It's STEAM Strategies for Best Practice. And you can see there, it's very much in relation to robotics education, because a lot of what we did in this project was in the area of robotics and using technologies such as robotics, Arduino, chips, etc. So this is there, and it gives you a set of principles on how to work with these technologies so that you can engage with your students. So again, if you haven't gone to our website, please go there, find the booklets, and you can access them. One of my favorites is the learning scenarios, because we have been hearing from teachers that they would like to give their students real-world problems. They would like to give them scenarios that they can work on, and they would like to be able to integrate it into the curriculum. So again, if you go to the website, this one is on street lighting and in a smart city. So the context is very much about, you know, conserving energy, etc. This is a problem we all have in our cities and in our towns. So you can customize it for your location, and all the materials are there, and it gives you somewhere to start. So it's laid out for you really neatly. You could say it's like a little textbook of STEAM, integrated STEAM activities that you can borrow and that you can use with your students. Again, we heard when we did some analysis with the teachers that teachers find it difficult to, you know, to find all of the kit, the technology. You may have to go to different places. You may not have robotics kits in your school. You may not have Arduino chips. So therefore, what are you going to do? So what we have done is, in this project, we have created the Simulearn platform for you. So it's all in one place. And you have the programming language, which looks very like, oh, my head, MIT, Scratch, so that you can play with the blocks, you can program, you can move it around. Again, it was mentioned earlier, this idea of playing, and I was saying it to Pete just after his talk, that there is this idea called hard fun. So we should, you know, there's nothing wrong with having fun when you're learning, but if it's hard fun. And here you can play, it's like a sandbox, you can try with the variables, you can see if your solution is working. You could imagine a group of students having a discussion, talking to each other, talking to a teacher. Maybe they would invite in an engineer or somebody who has an expertise in this area, and again have discussion. This is what STEAM is about. It's about making it interesting, and we're trying to give you, we're trying to take the barriers away from you so that you can engage in this with your students. The last bit is the bit that I've been involved in, that I've been leading with Pete, and it's the area of recommendations for policymakers. I'm sure this is the most exciting piece for you all, okay? However, if we do not have recommendations at the policy level, if this is not seen as something that is valuable, then it's a problem. So therefore, this is where this comes in to play. It is giving we're looking at it in terms of 3 different groups: at the ministry level, at the centre, at the regional level, in groups of schools, or at the school level, so that there is a plan. This is what it is, as I said. This is what STEAM looks like in our school. This is what we're doing. These are the areas where we are going to provide supports to teachers. This is what we are going to provide to students, etc. So it's planned, and that there is a common understanding and that it's valued. If we don't give a sense of value, that we value this and that it's important, then teachers won't do it. You have too many other things to do. So we have given these sets of guidelines that people can take, and again, they can use. We're not telling anybody what to do, but we're giving people ingredients so that they can implement STEAM in their own context. So that's just a quick overview of the entire project. As I said, please go to the website, and if there are any questions, I'll take them now. You're a very quiet audience. Okay. Okay, so much more exciting than me. We are now going to have a presentation from 2 teachers from Galicia, Jose and Isabel. So I'd like to ask them to come to the podium. And their talk is going to be STEAM in Galicia, Practical Approaches. Just after hearing me talk about theoretical ideas, now we're going to have some practical ideas. So have we Jose and Isabel?
First things first, I'm Isabel Blanco, and I'm an English teacher. So my question here is, what does an English teacher do here, talking about STEAM in front of an audience? That's what I wonder, and I hope at the end of my talk, you will have sorted out. So let's start then. I'm going to tell you about my journey to STEAM, the same journey my students had to take and follow along with me. I'm going to show you how some of the programs established by the Consellería of Educación helped me learn about STEAM and show me how to work with STEAM in my lessons. Throughout my slides, you're going to see how I first attempted to start with some STEM activities, but then how I moved on to more complex and meaningful STEM projects. STEM is a term that originated in the USA in 1990. I don't know how many of you have heard of STEM before 2010. Can you put your hands up, the ones that did? Not many, as I can see. I haven't, in fact. So what happened here? More or less around 2015, the first concepts like computational thinking, coding, robotics started to appear, and I came across them, but I didn't know how to use them and how they were related to STEM education. I started with Scratch. I did some training on Scratch, some courses, some things, but I said, this is useless for my teaching. Variables, conditionals, loops, what does it have to do with teaching English or language or whatever? I found it useless, completely useless. But then I started to do more courses, and I found its potential. So what I saw is that the Scratch is a great tool that promotes computational thinking, but also makes students creative. Students learn by coding, by inventing things, by bringing their ideas to life. We did presentations. We did quizzes. You can see on the slide a quiz about the atmosphere and the different layers on the Earth. We also did cars. We also did animations. Lots of things in order to start to introduce kids to terms like computational thinking and coding. Around 2015, I attended to a course here in Santiago, organized by the Consellería of Educación, and I discovered a robot. It is called a Scornabot. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Probably yes, the people here in Galicia. It was a robot invented here in Galicia, yes. And it's just a free version of Bbot, much cheaper. And I said, this is very interesting because you can use it with some maps, some pedagogical maps, and you can introduce contents to kids. They learn by playing, and at the same time, they are also introducing themselves to computational thinking. So I said, I want one of these for my lessons. But how did I get one of those? It's a difficult task. Why? Because first, I needed some 3D printer machines. And around that time, nobody knew about 3D printing machines at the schools. In fact, most of the people didn't have one. So I had to find some people that could print the pieces for me. Then I had to learn about Arduino. I even had to weld some wires in order to connect the pieces and to make it work. But at the end, I had my Scornabot. Scornabot was a great hit here. In fact, the Consellería of Educación decided to implement it at the schools through a program that is called School Improvement Library Plan. The idea was that the schools that applied for that project received 6 kits unassembled and some training about them. Also, through this program, schools received a 3D printing machine. And then, most of the schools started to work with this robot. We applied for the program, and I started to work with it with the kids. As you can see here, this is an example on my slides of some of the things I did with my students. We have a project going on about museums at the schools. So the idea was to make the school into a museum. So with one of the groups, I was working with portraits, and in English, they were learning about describing people. So they were learning about half God and different things. So I said, I'm going to design some mats for my Scornabot so students can play and can put their skills into work. So as you can see, I did a mat with some clowns in order to describe the clowns and to get some information. We also did a mat with portraits, famous portraits. The language assistant created a presentation with famous portraits, different styles, different information about each of the portraits. And the students had to move the Scornabot to the place that was described. So imagine, for example, you need to find the portrait that was painted by Warhol, or the painting that was painted by Van Gogh. And the students had to use the buttons on the Scornabot in order to move the robot to the appropriate place. So the robot moved forward, backward, left, or right. We also did other projects, like animal life. So students had some cars with the name of the animals, and they had to move the animal to the appropriate place. The same with descriptions. They had animal descriptions, and they had to move the Scornabot to the animal that the car was referring to. We even did an e-twinning project with the schools in other countries. So the idea was to exchange some mats about our country and its traditions, and then we received also some mats from other countries. And students could learn about Malta, Portugal, Bulgaria, and many other countries. It was very interesting, and students could play and learn about the different countries through robots. Around 2017, more or less, there was another program established by the Conselleria of Educación. It was called Introduction to Educational Robotics in Elementary School. And in this case, the schools that applied for this project received 6 robotic kits, as well as some extra budget in order to buy more things, and also some training, a 2-year training. At this moment, it was when I really introduced STEM projects, meaningful STEM tasks. For example, we did a school gathering with other schools, and my students had to present their projects to other kids, and not just to kids from other schools, but also to kids from the same school. They showed the people that attended the event. They showed how engineers sometimes get inspiration in nature in order to come up with new ideas. So they decided to create a firefly out of a robot with a light sensor. The robot could decide if the light level was enough or not, and accordingly, the lights would turn on or not, the same as a firefly. And if you think about that, it's the same that we have nowadays in our cars. So you know how engineers get inspired by animals in order to improve our lives. The same we did with physical education. So students coded and created some devices with the robots to learn to measure people. Also, to measure jumping skills, to measure flexibility. So with an ultrasound sensor, they could detect the measurements and detect the distance among the robots and the ultrasound sensors. We also did a Christmas tree with strobe lights, a Christmas shining stars, some music, but it was a robotic one, and we even used it for our nativity scene. We had some experts that came to school in order to talk about their jobs, and also to talk about their STEM careers. We had an expert from Brussels in Code Week. She came to talk about computational thinking, about her job at the European Schoolnet. We also have an expert from Lego in Denmark. He was telling us about his creations for Lego. And students could see the importance of STEM education, but also how Spanish people did great and succeeded in STEM careers. During COVID, we can't forget about that, it was there. During COVID, they invented a Scratch project that analyzed the symptoms of the students, and depending on them, they could say if the students should go to school or they should stay at home. Also during COVID, they invented other devices, like for example, a traffic light, in order to see if the people on a space was too much or not. So, according to that, the light was red if there were too many people, or it was green if there was just one or two people. They also invented a device in order to keep social distance. So depending on the distance with another person, the device said, okay, you need to move farther away or you can get closer. Around that time also, we have another program. It is called DigiCraft. In this case, DigiCraft is a program established by the Conselleria in agreement with Vodafone. Schools that applied for this program received material, a lot of resources about robotics, computational thinking, games. They also received lessons about artificial intelligence and about other topics. And teachers had to receive some training in order to implement them. So although you weren't an expert on STEM or on STEAM, all the teachers that applied for that received all the information in order to start to do projects related to STEM. After I ran the program of the introduction to robotics, I was persuaded to start with this program, Science Clubs. A Science Club is also a program run by the Conselleria of Educación that is intended for students to make experiments out of the school time, out of the lessons time, let's say. So in our case, the idea was to work with the students, to do experiments with them, to do fun activities related to the contents they had previously learned on their science lessons. And the important thing here also was to try to get as many girls as possible. Why? Because Science Club wasn't a mandatory activity for kids. So the idea was to try to get as many kids as possible, and even more girls. We did snack experiments, very short ones. For example, they learned how to mummify a sausage with salt. They learned how to use a microscope in order to research about insects. They created a lift to see how lifts work in real life. They play with chemical reactions, vinegar, baking powder. They also created non-Newtonian fluids with flour. They created robotic hands. They played with balloons. Lots of things going on. But there was a moment that those snack experiments weren't enough, and we needed to create things more powerful. So we wanted to use other subjects and to make and to involve other teachers and other subjects. So at that time, we started to create projects. Not so many experiments, but more bigger projects. Here you can see an example. We created an interactive t-shirt. So with felt and a makey board, students had to create some parts of the digestive system. So they had to draw a stomach, the intestines, and so on. And then with copper tape, they link it to a computer with a makey, and when you touched one of the parts of the digestive system, you could hear information recorded by the kids about the function of that part of the digestive system. We also cooked. Yes, we cooked. We cooked dough. Why? We wanted to work on electricity. So we created some circuits with some conductive dough and some ingredients. We used LEDs in order to create models of different things with LEDs that could turn on with a battery. We also raced. Yes, we also raced. We asked kids to create power balloon cars. So they had different materials in order to create them. So each of them would design a different one, using different materials. And then they had to race against each other. But before racing, they had to try to predict who would be the winner, who would be the faster and the farther car, the car that would go farther. So they enjoyed playing and at the same time designing and creating. Last year, we had a new introduction to a new program. The program Introduction to Robotics disappeared, and it was replaced by a new and more ambitious program. The program is called Creative Poles. A creative pole is a space within the school that pretends to set up a place for creating, innovating, solving challenges, solving problems, cooperating, and creating all types of things. A creative pole has a lot of equipment in order to do so. And it doesn't involve just the students, it involves teachers, but also the community and also the families. Last year, there was a presentation of this program for politicians, policymakers, the press, of course, and our school was asked to attend as a guest in order to showcase the projects we did with this type of materials, the materials that were within the creative pole. So our students had the opportunity to go there and show their projects. As Spanish people know, last year we suffered the eruption of a volcano. So that was the topic we decided to implement at the school. There were many damages in the Canary Islands due to that volcano, but the students were not familiar with them because we are not used to volcanoes. So students had to research and find information about volcanoes. They created with Scratch an animation in order to show the eruption of a volcano. They also worked with augmented reality. They also created and designed a 3D printed model that then they use in order to recreate a real eruption with vinegar and baking powder. All of that was something they could show and that other schools could see firsthand. Apart from that project, they also showed different things. For example, last year, they designed some Ukrainian pins in order to raise awareness about war, because we had some Ukrainian kids at the school as refugees. They also did some pins like this one that you have there that represents one of the places that is around our school. They also created games with microbits and other robots. And they could learn a lot from the experience because they had to present it for a lot of people, and they were very happy to be able to show that what they did was important for other people. We applied for the project, and we received the funding to have a creative fall in our school. So now we have one. It is very recent, and we are still working on how to organize it and how to plan the activities with the kids. This year, we are learning about castles. We have a project going on about castles, and specifically about the castle that we have very close to our school, the castle of Maceda. So we are learning about that, and through the material that we have in the creative pool, they have been doing different things, different creations. For example, with Scratch, they created a presentation talking about the different parts of a castle. Also, they drew the castle of Maceda and applying some buttons with copper tape and other stuff and a makey board, they made the picture interactive. So when you touch a button, you have information about the castle of Maceda. They also work with circuits. They created those door hangers that you can see on the picture, where you have, with copper tape, a battery and a LED, just a light that turns on. They also participated in a challenge launched by the Conselleria, where they used recycled materials, in this case, yogurt cups from the school canteen, in order to create the model of a castle, that they also made interactive with a makey board and also with a microbit. They created pins and buttons in order to promote the castle of Maceda, so to invite people to come and visit it. Families also did some workshops in the creative pool. They made up costumes for the kids in order to wear them in carnival around medieval ages and around that topic. They also came and did with us and the sewing machine that we have in the creative pool, they help us do some chair covers around the topic of the medieval ages. So now we have our chairs covered with their designs. But the creative pool is not just for creating. It's also, oh, we have here a problem with this slide. Sorry. In this slide, you could see some pictures of teachers having some training in the creative pool, and in those pictures, teachers are learning about radio broadcasting, about video editing, about 3D printing, and about a lot of things that we can do with the material within the creative pool. You can see here the teachers and some of their creations. In that moment, we were learning, and we were just students and pupils learning about what we could do with our material. I'm almost at the end of the presentation, so just to point out, why? Why to integrate STEM or STEAM in our subjects, in our lessons? First, because students learn by doing, with hands-on and meaningful activities. They develop their critical thinking when they try to solve real problems, real and contextualized. They develop their creativity skills, and they are more innovative and original. When they try to solve problems, they work with their classmates. They need to cooperate in order to find better solutions. And of course, they need to communicate their ideas and their projects to other people. So, what's the impact on having STEAM projects in our lessons? Well, we don't really know, because on a long scale, we can't say. And this is very recent, and we still have to know what would be the result on long term. But what I can tell you now is that my students are more motivated, they are better prepared for the future, they are applying what they are learning in the different subjects to real-life ideas, to real-life problems. They are active learners with learning experiences that are more significant and more meaningful for them. Their attention span improved quite a lot because they are creating, not listening to the teacher. We have a lot of resources that would cater for all the needs of our students, and also students are learning the contents from the curriculum. As far as teachers are concerned, our self-esteem is getting better because we can see that the students are learning and that the students are motivated. We are also motivated because we see that our job is having some results. We improved because we are learning about other things. As you can see, I had to learn about things that I didn't have any idea of. And of course, the classroom management also improves. We don't mind if we have classes where silence is not the most common thing. And we don't mind that the students are talking and they are trying to get to know things that are interesting for them. And finally, if we talk about the school and the community, what we can see is that families are more engaged. They are trying to see what happens at the school. Why are we using robotics? And why is that important for the kids? Kids get home and they tell their parents what they did at the school. And they see that the students are motivated and they want to go to school. It's also good because the school gets richer, not in the sense of resources, but in the sense of our mindset. We can do better projects. Our framework changes. We want to do things. We want to share with other people. We want to share with other schools. And finally, of course, we are broadening our horizons. So that's it. And now you can see how an English teacher became a STEM teacher. A teacher that is right now working as a head teacher, teaching English, teaching art through English, but also teaching robotics as a subject. And now maybe, if in the past I had the chance to work with so many resources and materials as the kids have now, or if I have the chance to have the programs that I talked about, maybe I wouldn't be here talking about the STEM, but maybe I could be an engineer or a scientist. And that's it. So I hope you like my presentation, and if you have any questions, you are welcome to contact me and to find me and talk to me. Thank you very much.
Hi, morning. Maybe this is the best one. We're going to continue. First of all, Isabel stayed with the primary school, and I'm going to do the secondary and high school. My children are from 12 to 17, 18. I am a biology teacher. I'm here because I stay working as a biology teacher for 25 years. Even now, I'm an advisor to the Center of Education and Digital Innovation upstairs. So I'm a very proud scientist ambassador. As Isabel, we are both of us 2 of the 5 scientist ambassadors here in Galicia. And we do a lot of things with the European SchoolNet and European projects. So in our case, one of the mottos of the programs in Galicia are learning STEM or STEAM with your hands. Learning with your hands means that all these programs are going to be to enter in to the students by their hands. I'm going to show you during these 20 minutes, 15 minutes, how is possible this one. So first of all, we are going to start with the Science Club. Science Club or STEM Club is the core of this program. I think is the best idea of their programs. And there are all of the activities that we are going to start and to see during the project. A Science Club or a STEAM Club, we start as a Science Club, after that a STEM Club, because we introduced technology, and now we are a STEAM Club, because we are doing now things like bioarts or dancing or things like that related to technology. So you are going to be now the different examples. I would like to tell you to know or to say that the Science Club is a platform to teach STEAM to these students that they like science classes or technology classes, but they need more sometimes. Or sometimes the Science Club means that our students are not comfortable with the classes because they are very square, always doing the same thing. We start with the same question, we finish with the same summary. So they need another way too. And some of our students need projects. Sometimes they need projects, they need challenge. In this case, for a teenager, the best thing that you can do is a challenge. They have challenge for sports. They have challenge in the video games. And they don't have challenge with science and technology. Science and technology is the challenge. But we don't teach science and technology with challenge. So the question is, in the Science Club, we need to teach STEAM with challenge. And this is the point. Our students can do different things. In this case, one of them, they are preparing a suite with lights. These lights means that some of them are going to be with lights, they are going to dance with lights, and these lights need to be switch on and switch off depending on the part of the song. You need to code with Arduino. You need to do a lot of things that you can see, but you can show at the end of the project. So these guys are showing, boys, girls, it doesn't matter, and all of them are coding, boys or girls, it doesn't matter. I need to tell you that my first science club was with 8 students, the craziest students in the school. Now we are 80 students. So sometimes they tell me, improve or encourage your girls. I don't need to encourage my girls. My girls and my boys are the same. It doesn't matter. There is no boys and girls. There is people who want to go to do something. What do you want to do in the STEM club? In the STEM club, I want to do this thing. Well, I'm going to look for somebody who knows something about that, coding, 3D printing, whatever you want, and we can do. The last challenge for me was, I want to do bioarts, teacher. Oh my God, I don't know anything about arts, and well, I know a little bit about bio, but I don't know how to combine these things. So at the end of the project, the challenge is for them and for me. And I would like that you teachers, please encourage, in this case, encourage with the projects of the students. Because in some of these things, we are going to starting with, do you want to do a project? And says, well, what project can I do? And nobody knows who is the project. And, oh, teacher, tell me a project. No, I want not to do any project. Tell me something that you like more than the school. Do you like sports? Do you like to dance? Do you like the art? Do you like music? What do you like? So, do you like the music? One of the girls likes the guitar. Of course, when she goes with the guitar to an auditorium, sometimes the guitar is outdoors, close to the sun, or with a lot of humidity. So he puts into the guitar a sensor with, for the temperature and for the humidity, and send a message to the mobile and says, hey, the guitar is heating outdoors, so we need to change. This is a project. This is a project. They were very proud of that. So the other part of the things are the science fairs. They love the science fairs. You can feel as a teenager, please. Feel as a teenager, 15 years old. You are in a science fair. You are very nervous doing things. You are speaking in maybe Galician, Spanish, or English. And close to you, there is a very handsome, whatever you want. So you have, well, I'm as a teacher, well, they are motivated. Don't worry. We can start with things. The science fair, not only these things, but they are not competing. They are enjoying the things. When you are going to a science fair, you need to take your things, to put your things into your box and go to the science fair. If you have a big trip, you stay from Turkey, from Lithuania, from Ireland. Sometimes the things, oh my God, this is a mess. At the end of the travel, this is a mess. So in this case, when you go to the science fair, you need to, well, my things are broken. What can I do? What can they do? Well, you need to solve the problem, guy. Not all the things are solved. In class, all the things are solved. In a science fair or outdoors, you need to solve your problems. And this is the point. They need to solve problems. We don't know which is the thing that is going to be in 20 years. They don't know. They are working on, I don't know. You need to solve the problem, guy. And this is the thing for the science. The other photo is they are very loud. They are laughing because they win. Okay, it's a part of the thing. Some people win, some people don't win. Well, we win once, but 20 times we don't win. So it's not a big deal, or it's a big deal for us. But if you see the photo, the selfie, the first girl that is with this is a mentor. A mentor is a particular person that we have in our science club, that if you have 16 or 17, you can be the teacher of the little ones. Now, she is a teacher. At the end, they prefer to be a teacher than to be a scientist. It's a big deal for me. Sometimes do you see, first of all, the sweets? They are the results of the sweets. You have testing activities. You are testing activities all the time. These activities, you can see the activities. If they love the activities, they continue with the activities in the science club, and maybe you can introduce these activities in the class. If you see photosynthesis, you can see photosynthesis with a snack experiment, with a virtual lab, with a citizen science project, with the same concept. You can use different tools to show, to teach your students. But you need to try in the STEM club. Well, we travel a lot. I put in Europe, but we stay in the States, we stay in Japan. It was lovely. And during the pandemics, we need to change the things. And we do some activities, well, online. Interviewing people, researchers for the pandemics, teachers, nurses, all kind of people. After that, there is another program. The core of the thing is the science club. With this experience, we prepare, not we, Conselleria offers us to be part of the Dixit. Dixit is, they are resources for a digital book. different kind of resources. We do these resources. These resources that you can see are resources translated into Spanish. They are, first of all, this is a citizen science guide. Do you know which is citizen science? Raise your hands, please, if you know which is citizen science. This is my problem. I did a citizen science guide. I'm a little bit people know about that. Citizen science is volunteer science. If you want to be a volunteer science, maybe you can take a photo. For example, PlanNet. Do you know PlanNet? Application that you can take a photo to a plant and you receive the result of the name of this plant. So this is citizen science. You are collaborating. And if you are registering the sound or you are doing other things, well, you are sharing with the researcher what you want, what you are doing, and you are doing science with our research. So we did a citizen science guide. We did a citizen science guide in Galician. After that, some people asked for, oh, this citizen science guide is great, so we can do in Spanish. We translate into Spanish. And now, European Schoolnet are asking us, can you translate into another language? Because maybe it's interesting. The other two projects are citizen science projects, doing by teachers, trying in the STEM clubs, in different STEM clubs, about microplastics in our sands, in our beach, or in the classroom comfort. We have a lot of sensors about carbon dioxide, humidity, temperature, and we can know now how is the comfort of our classrooms, because we can share the data. It's very important to do this practice in class, but if you share with other people, it's lovely, because you know how it's in another places. If you have students in your science clubs, if you have students with 16 or 17 years old, that they are from 12 going to science fairs, doing researchers, little researchers at the beginning, big researchers at the end. So this student needs more, and the Conselleria offers us what we call STEM Back. STEM Back is a program for researching, but it's not researching with the teacher. It's researching with a professor of the university. It's different. You have another material. You have another protocol. You need to be with the professor. And you need to correct once and again the things for the things need to be perfect at the end. So it's a different way. And these girls are working during pandemics, during the summer, working on a microbiology laboratory. This girl is very proud for me. Now is studying biology because she talks with the professor and continues working on the university. So for me, it's a good thing to continue with because I'm a biologist, I'm a teacher, but I'm not Superman. I don't know about all these things. And in STEMBAC, these guys were working with green roofs, for example, engineering, on other things. And at the end of the project, they receive a diploma. And now in the University of Coruña, for example, they receive 6 credits for free to continue at the university. It's a little prize for them. Another project that is not proper from Conselleria, but is Conselleria encourage the people to be part of this project is CANSAT. CANSAT is when you build a satellite in a can. In our case, participate in this competition, secondary schools from Galicia, and then offers, they at the end of the competition, they choose only one team to go to Spain, to the competition in Spain. In this case, these guys are from my school with the maths teacher. It's not the technology teacher, or it's not the biology teacher, it's the math teacher. And these are the CANSAT, and these are the prizes, because they continue. They were the first in Spain, and they were in Europe, they received a prize as well. So I was very proud, because there are a lot of schools with a lot of money, and we are a public school that we can work with the students during the summer. In this case, the teacher and the students stay there during the summer and continue. As Isabel says, we are involved in creative poles that there are spaces in the school, in our case, in secondary school, there are spaces in the school, but open to local communities. For me, it's a great idea. Include in the afternoons, include the other communities. Sometimes there are a group of teachers, group of parents that they are involved in technology and they want to do something different and maybe can help the students. Well, in this case, before to start with that, I would like to tell you that if you are a teacher and you stay in a STEM club, science club, whatever you want, at the end of the project, if your students want to stay in your STEM club, you need to change the things. For example, my students finish the school. At the end of the school, they go to the university and says, "Oof, I prefer to continue in the STEM club because it's more open. It's not so close. It's more open to work, to research, to stay with the kids. I love other things." Then you need to change the thing. And in this case, we transform our science club, our STEM club, we transform into a youth club, a youth occupation. We ask for, it's for kids that they can stay at the school, but they can't go to the school because they are part of the youth association. Part of the youth association, some people, for example, in our village is 25,000 inhabitants. So, in our case, we went to the city council and offered to do a science fair because we love the science fair. We prepare a science fair for everybody, and the student says, "Well, I prefer to this thing. I love this thing from this science fair. I love this thing. I hate this thing from this science fair." So we did our science fair. Now our science fair has 5 years old, and he has 9,000 visitors and 500 participants, young participants and old participants. So all of the things are organized by the students of the science club, our 80 students now. So it's very proud to me to tell them, you are going to do the things very well. They need sometimes, they are not very well treated. The old people, we are old people for them. The old people is not helping them. We suffer, they suffer sometimes that we don't trust in them. Teachers don't trust in them. Of course, politicians don't trust in them. Teachers don't trust in them because maybe, and parents don't trust in them. Sometimes the parent says to me, "Oh my God, you are going to put this guy, my children, is going to be the responsible of receiving the people and telling the people where is the place?" And at home, he don't do, and he doesn't never do these kind of things. Why do you trust in this guy? Well, outdoors is possible. I don't know if at home is possible, but outdoors It's great. And they do things that they can imagine that they are doing sometimes. So, at the beginning, we says that learning STEAM, we do STEAM with our eyes. If you remember, your teacher explained you how is STEAM, or maybe sometimes if you are very lucky, they put a video of about 30 minutes. Now, if you put a video of 30 minutes, you know the result. Everybody is sleeping. So, you put a video, first of all, or you do an experiment in the class. Great, great. But now, we change to the next step. The next step, you can do the experiment, and the students can do the experiment at the same time. Well, if you have an experiment, an easy experiment, but if you have a virtual lab, for example, or a citizen science project, you can do with your students. There are different examples that you can do with your students. They are learning by their hands. All the programs of the Conselleria until now are, the objective is learn with your hands. Now, the next step, I think, this is my point of view, not Conselleria, it's my point of view. Learn with your brain. If you learn with your hands, you do the experiment, but you go to other place and teach other people how to do the experiment, you never forget the concept. I don't know if it's correct, the concept, but you never forget the concept. You never forget, what can I explain? You are asking all the time, oh my God, if the people is asking me about this one, or if the people asking me if this one, is better than an exam, a test, whatever you want. They are asking themselves different questions about the experiment or the project. So, thank you very much. I hope you enjoy my presentation, our presentation, and thank you very much. If you have any questions. Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Jose. And
it's for me or for Isabel, maybe?
Both. Isabel also.
Please, Isabel, help me.
Thank you so much, because I think what we feel here, you are both very, let's say, gifted and motivated teachers to do even more than the curriculum prescribes, is that correct?
Yep.
And of course, that's a blessing for many of your colleagues all over the world, not only here in Galicia or Spain, but I think every case that is successful gives inspiration, is a good, I think, the best trigger for teachers around the world how to proceed. Now, my question to you is, both to Jose and to Isabel, what do you estimate as the main inputs for teachers? What would you like to give even more to your colleagues, or what do you consider as missing for your colleagues so that they hesitate? What is the critical thing that is needed to make teachers in general make steps forward? Would you like to?
Do you want to start? I start? Okay, first, teachers need training, a lot of training, because most of the times they don't feel secure and they don't want to try new things. They need to get out of their comfort zone. So first things first, training is the most important thing. Also, apart from training, we need the support from the Conselleria and all the policy makers and all the institutions, because we need time. And in order to have time, we need to continue doing our jobs. So we need maybe less hours of work in order to be able to train, in order to be able to do projects and things like that.
I'm going to tell something. I don't know if they are going to plug. In my case, I think that the teachers need care in this case. Need care, for example, we have young teachers that they go to the school and they need care in this case. If you are a good teacher, they are well prepared, I'm sure. All the teachers that pass the exams, they are well prepared for being teacher. And at the end of this process, you go to the school, you are going with a lot of ideas to do at the school. Maybe some of these ideas are crazy things, but you need care. You need to take care of them. You need to teach sometimes, but in the good way. They need to frustrate. If the frustration is good in the students or in the teachers, but they need care at the end, because if you stay, you are like a seed in a bad earth, in a bad soil. You need water, you need a good soil, and this is the environment, our environment. We as a teacher, sometimes we are colleagues from other teachers. A young teacher in my school is lovely, a young teacher with a lot of stamina to work. So for me, it's lovely to stay with them. So care, please. Maybe it's only one word from Isabel.
Support.
Yes.
Maybe I'll ask another question. So Jose, in your presentation, I kind of heard a lot of the STEAM club and what is happening outside of the school at different times. How do you bring that energy, do you think, into the school? You were kind of, if I heard you correctly, saying a lot of time in the school, it's quite, I won't say boring, but it can be quite flat. And you were talking about the challenge, etc. And it seems to happen a little outside. So what do you think? Can we bring that back into the school?
Well, maybe it's my fault when I talk like this. My fault is I'm very conservative. Maybe I hear as an innovator, great, because I do a lot of things. But when I go to the class with something, I need to try a lot of times this thing in different environments. So the change in the flat thing that you think I'm going to translate is to improve the classes. Sometimes when I talk to my students says to me, I know tomorrow you are going to talk about animals. Okay, but I don't know how. Maybe with an experiment, maybe with a presentation, maybe we can go outdoors. It's different. And this surprise for the kids, for me, is the most important thing as a teacher. You need to surprise the students. Well, I have 25 years of experience and I have a lot of resources, but I would like to share these resources with the other teachers, always.
And you always do. I can tell.
Thank you for presentation. It was really inspiring to see all these cases, and well, I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
And my question is related with motivation, because usually we are humans, and for us it is easier don't do instead of doing. So what or who inspired you to start and to do more than you needed? Because usually, and even in Lithuania, when I see there are some teachers who are motivated, so they have some personal value, some internal motivation, and they are like examples to do better and like examples for other teachers to reach the same level. So it's really nice to see you as examples, and I hope other teachers would like to cooperate with you more and to do more as well. So yeah, my question about your motivation. What inspires you to be as you are? Thank you.
Well, I'm going to put that. Can I take it? Can I change? I always put in problem these guys, sorry. Well, I'm going to tell you, this was with an image, it doesn't matter, don't worry. I don't know if it's not sure, but if you see the loves, for me it's enough. Okay? Sometimes some parents says to you, oh, thank you for your job or something like that. It doesn't matter for me, is that. Or now, teacher, I stay in the States, I am working on, or I'm staying in Finland, or I stay in UK, I stay working by myself. It's enough to me, in this case, to see them. Or sometimes the last science fair that I stay with a teacher, with a lovely stand, with a lot of things. I talk to her and I say, congratulations to your job. And, oh, you don't remember me? You teach me about these things. Oh, please, you are some of the persons that help me to do these things. Well, sometimes I'm the water, and sometimes they need the soil. The soil, I think, is the conselleria, in this case, bad or good. The soil is conselleria. And then the other colleagues, we are the water. Sometimes we put water, sometimes we put acid. And we don't need acid for the new guys. We need for the new peas. We need water for them and help them, take care of them, or whatever you want. You are the boss.
Well, I agree with Jose. Kids are the most important motivation for teachers, usually. But also, sometimes the motivation comes from other teachers. In this type of events, sometimes you met with people that are here on the stage, and they are the inspiration to continue going and to continue training. Jose was also one of my mentors in the sense that I attended to many courses about science with him, and I learned a lot about science. So the same as I did with Jose, I did with a lot of teachers that sometimes are in the shadow and that they inspire you and they make you be better and improve. And that's it.
Thank you.
Really good, thank you. Okay, so sticking with Jose's metaphor of the water and the soil and nourishing, we now have the papers. So we have 4 papers. We have Anita is giving a paper on the physical computing to motivate girls for STEAM. She's going to be in this room. Paulius is going to give a paper on the systemic insights of the Lithuanian STEAM education ecosystem, agents, nodes, and interactions. Elif is going to speak about the perspectives of experienced teachers. These are the teachers that Jose was talking about STEM education. And then Ligita is also speaking, but I don't have the title of her paper. But it's another paper from Lithuania, and it's the Kaunas perspective, okay? Okay, so please go to the rooms, and we will start in a few minutes. Margarita to the stand and she will start.
Okay, not very much. So, hello everyone. I hope you are not very tired. Who is tired? Oh, okay. So, today we will present our findings on physical computing to motivate girls for STEAM education. And first of all, not who I am, but I would like to know how many teachers we have here. Maybe you can raise your hands. Okay. And from computer science field teachers? One. Unfortunately, male. Okay. So I am from Vilnius University and I am a researcher, computer science engineering researcher. And today I'm here with my colleague, Professor Valentina Dagienė, meet her, and also Asta Meškauskienė from Faculty of Philosophy. So if you will have any questions, both of them we will be happy to answer. Okay. So now about how to motivate girls for STEAM in education. Here you can see letters T and E bolded because I will talk mostly about technology and engineering because I am from computer science engineering field and we are all surrounded by physical computing, and I think when we need to develop a physical device and a physical computing, we need all the subjects from STEAM. So in STEAM, students engaged in real-world problem solving. And physical computing connects physical world with the digital technologies. And how to motivate girls and why? So we think that by incorporating physical computing into STEAM education, girls and all the pupils also can engage in hands-on and creative learning. And this can foster their curiosity and critical thinking skills. So here you can see the picture. I asked artificial intelligence system WALL-E to make me a poster which represents definition of STEAM education. It's like an approach to learning that uses STEAM disciplines for guiding students for critical thinking. So I think it's not bad, but students can do better. Do you agree? So, okay, let's go back to technology sector. So, according to Eurostat, in 2018, females in tech sector were about 17%. And in 2021, the numbers rise a little bit. And in Lithuania, you can see the numbers are quite good, 23%. However, in some countries, this percents are lower than 10. I'm not sure if you can see the tendencies in Europe, but the numbers of women in technology sector is growing. And in Spain, for example, I think it was 18%, and in 2021, it rose till 19%. So now in Lithuania, we have less than a quarter of computer science workers in tech sector, and the same situation we also have at universities. So there are many reasons and many factors, and this can be due to some stereotypes and also women anxiety about confirming a negative stereotype. So today we will present shortly some solutions we found in the literature and also from our experience. So some researchers propose the introduction of engineering from early ages. So now in Lithuania we have educational reform, and computer science will be included from the primary schools. And it is also important that educational institution authorities and teachers and parents present computer science like the idea like it is very attractive to enter engineering field for women. So these are pictures of Vilnius University researchers and students attending a study fairs. So Vilnius University is attending a lot of study fairs and also visiting schools to explain what pupils can study at Vilnius University. Also, a few years ago, we started to participate in European Girls Olympiad in informatics, and also we have a wonderful international challenge of informatics and computer and computational thinking, Bebras, and Professor Valentina Dagienė is a founder of this wonderful challenge. And here you can see the last year numbers of participants. So in Lithuania it was almost 60,000, in Spain 2,000. so this is the advertisement now. Join Bebras. And so now it's becoming more and more popular, and now 68 countries from the world are involved, and the numbers are growing every year. And last year we had a record of girls attendees, yes. Valentina, this is true, yes. So we had almost 30. So this helps like to show that computer science is attractive for girls. It's becoming attractive for girls. Okay, so how we know ways to enroll girls in STEAM? And this can be done by involving girls in some projects or initiatives and giving an examples of successful female engineers. So these are pictures from girls' summer school on STEM. And also we need to give more knowledge about engineering degrees and engineering professions. So during summer schools we invited female scientists, very inspiring women, and they presented what we are doing, what is science, and also answered the questions to pupils. And it was a surprise for us because girls, when we asked how do we imagine a scientist, most of the answers were like geeks sitting somewhere in the basement working with computers or with chemicals and don't see anything and don't have even a windows. So, another factor is we need to open a black box. We need to show what is inside these physical devices. And if you will ask students what kind of physical devices or smart devices we see all around them in their environment, we of course will know with contactless payments, and also we wanted to know how the automatic doors opens and how to control a light at home with your mobile and so on. So you need to just say that it's easy to understand how these physical devices works, and work, and you can also build such devices. So we are introducing these physical devices like a tangible interactive systems that, like a human, can sense, process, and act. So, like a human is collecting data with eyes and hands, the same doing in physical devices. We are using sensors to sense the environment. We are using brains, and devices are using controllers. And for acting, we are using our hands and legs, and devices are using actuators. So we are always giving such practices for our students, just to put all the items of the Arduino kits into the right field to understand, do we understand what kind of elements are used for input and what kind of elements are used for output. So when we ask students to prototype, and here you can see that we need a knowledge from science, engineering, and technology, of course. And here is now the most interesting part. After unboxing everything, to put everything again into the box. And here you need a creativity. So here arts come and math come, of course, and we are usually doing this in fabrication labs, where we can use all the tools and materials we need. So, and also it is important to remember that women usually choose professions that are useful for community. So always think about the topics. And here is one example from the project STEAM City. It's a smart greenhouse, and the topic was to help to grow the plants in some climatic zones where it is impossible. And here pupils can reflect on the topic of energy or greenhouse, also environmental sustainability, but we always are free to ask the questions. And it was interesting that the most important thing for them were to discuss about benefits and risks of automating everything, because they said, okay, we will become in the future like couch potatoes, like from the Wall-E movie, where artificial intelligence will control us, and maybe it will not be good for our health. Another example is from Girls' Summer School. It is smart green, smart scarecrow. So we said that the challenge is that grandmother needs something that can scare the crows, because it's ruining the harvest and also the environment. And we asked girls to make presentations, or we develop products, and to present it like it is the best project in the world, and you need to buy it for sure. So we also asked what subjects we needed from STEAM, what tools we used, what difficulties they experienced, and what was learned. So it's also interesting that it's not enough to have STEAM knowledge. You need to have this emotional intelligence to know how to work in pairs and how to come to one conclusion and to be friendly. Another example, a smart Christmas decoration. Later at 6 o'clock I will present in more details this, so please come. So, and the challenge was that school community needs to develop a smart Christmas decoration that represents the school life and tendencies around their environment and also in the world. So after brainstorm, students proposed 3 different ways how we control this smart Christmas decoration. We wanted to be automated and the lights controlled by depending on the temperature of the environment. Also, we wanted to change the color depending on the mood by using this radio frequency identification tags, and also we wanted to develop an application in mobile phones to change the colors according to the flags of Ukraine and Lithuania, because we wanted to support Ukrainians in their school. So STEAM is always creativity. So another our findings that even short-term interventions in education and in schools can increase students' interests in engineering and in STEAM also. And while you are preparing training activities, the attention should be paid to reducing technological anxiety. So girls need deep understanding of control functionality as open the box, and propose learning strategies where errors and where corrections are accepted as natural processes of learning. And it is also what we saw important for girls to have this social support from important and inspiring persons. And this suggests us that each school needs to have supporting STEAM activities, or at least supporting persons. And of course, the examples of real persons and successful stories is also very important. So our recommendations: keep theoretical part at the beginning as minimum, because later during the process some questions will arise and you will answer them, because it is a lot of too much information at the beginning. And this partial failure is an important part of scientific work. Also, we need to encourage students to discuss and make reflections, and not to be afraid to say any wild ideas, and empower students to get the chance to learn the fundamentals of this physical computing in combination with STEAM subjects. So if you want to know more, to see the details and results and proofs, you can find everything in our papers. And now, thank you. Thank you. Yes, and I don't want to answer questions. I want you to share maybe your ideas and your experiences, or add some comments. So now the stage is yours. Thank you. Somebody wants to say something? No. Okay. Maybe you?
Do you think that there's a problem with the terminology we're using, computer science? Do you think this is a problem for girls, and you know, not attracting them into this area? Do we need a new name?
Okay, first of all, this is a question, yes?
I know. I know. I can't help but ask the question.
Yes, okay.
I didn't do what I was told.
Yes,
but I'm a man.
But, yes, but in some sense, I think yes, because it's even hard to explain for pupils and also for adults what is a computer science. Because we always think, oh, okay, it's computers and programming. Yes, yes. Exactly. So we wanted in some way to hide this programming, to show the funny ways, and to show that everything is related. You can't develop anything without all the STEAM subjects.
Yes.
So, but yes, this is a problem. We need to kill the stereotypes. Thank you. Okay, everybody are hungry, yes? Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lembrade que despois da comida temos xa directamente os talleres, que de cada un de vos debe saber en cal está, porque se apuntou. E
Okay, hello everybody. We will get going. As I said to Luth, the sooner we start, the sooner we finish. So I know you all are really excited about this presentation, aren't you? Policy recommendations. So Pete and I will do a double team on this. He has done the keynote this morning, so I'll do most of the talking, but he will join in.
Okay.
When he thinks he needs to and correct me.
When I have an important message, I will stand up.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think the first thing that we have to say, I don't know, the slides aren't showing on the screen, is why we might need a policy and why we need guidelines. I usually in projects get to work on the policy, and most teachers go, policy, oh my goodness. It's not as exciting as Barbie dolls. I mean, you know. But it looks like from the pictures, and I could see them there from Anita's workshop and the other workshops, that you've all had some fun. So if we want to have that kind of fun, we do need some guidelines. So in this project, we have some guidelines, and I was listening very closely this morning when you all gave a big shout out when Isabel mentioned teachers need time and teachers need supports. So these are the kinds of things we're looking at when we're talking about supports. So we have a document. Again, it's not finished because we keep changing it, but we will finish this over the next couple of weeks, and even today there are things that we are learning and sharing that will go into this document. So what it's called is Implementation Guide for Policymakers and Practitioners. And this morning Samaya mentioned policymakers, particularly in the ministry, but in this output we are thinking more than just policymakers, because Pete, he's a little skeptical that by just leaving it to the policymakers, it's not enough. So we want to have guidelines for more than policymakers, and I'll explain that. So, excuse this slide, but this is a slide that I've been using with some colleagues for COVID, and it's more to do with blended learning. But if you take out blended learning and put in STEAM, or STEM, you could say that we were doing it before COVID, then we were doing it during COVID, and now in our guidelines we are looking to after COVID. And this is happening a lot in policies, particularly in the area of digital and STEM. So when I talk about policy, what is it? And again, I think if you're doing this in a school, you should be clear on what it is you are developing your policy for and why. So here are three ideas. A policy can be a set of principles and government policies in the educational sphere, as well as the collection of laws and rules, okay? So that can be a policy. It could also be an overarching plan of action formulated to attain a set of educational objectives. I think that's more what we're about in this project. And the last one is an official statement concerning a type of learning that government or a non-government agency wishes to sponsor. So again, this is what we're about here. It's about giving you permission to do things. I would argue that you need a policy when you want to change something. It gives you, as the teachers and the schools, how many of you are principals? Okay, so you're school leaders, so you need some guidance, you need to know that this is kosher and that you can do it. So it's giving you a choice of way, and it's about change. And if you were listening to any of the messages today, you keep hearing that word, change, transformation. So this is very important, and it's about giving you some space to make changes, but there's a fine balance. We don't want to give you so many guidelines and so many rules that it just strangles you. So we do not want that. So I come from Ireland. We're obsessed with houses and building and whatever. So when we are giving you a policy, it is like giving you planning permission to build something, okay? So it's giving you some rules that you can build with. And last evening when we were at dinner, Pete was telling me, do you want to tell them the story?
Maybe you refer to I look back to my first research, and it was about an urban planning task to study the communication between students. And I found out that the heterogeneity contributes to the level of dialogues. So if we are both experts, we might handle very sophisticated terms, and we skip the real reasoning, because so we make the bypasses, the shortcuts. And that is, of course, good for efficiency, but not good for the real problem solving. And so, yeah, I like the urban planning metaphor, because it's so multi-dimensional. So perspective from work, leisure, safety, etc. Yes. And that might be a good corner to look to policy development. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And also, it gives you lots of room for your context as well. So this is what we were thinking about. And keeping with this idea of the planning, I have a slide which you have to build something. So STEAM is about action. It's about building something. So again, you're not going to go start building buildings, but you're going to start building new kinds of activities. You may have new spaces in your school that you will use, which you are going to use. But it's this whole idea of giving you guidance and giving you space to do things. And when we think of policy, we're thinking at three levels. We're thinking at the macro level, which in this case might be at the national level in Madrid. Then we are at the regional level in Galicia, and then at the school level. So we're thinking at it at all three levels, the macro, the meso, and the micro. And ultimately, when we are giving you a policy, or when we are developing a policy, we should have a clear vision. We should know what are the resources we need to make this happen. People, again, it was mentioned this morning, really important. And again, in our work in this project, people came up all of the time, whether they were people in the ministry, whether they were people at the school level in terms of leadership, our teachers and students. And this last one is very important, space to adapt. You know, we have this conversation a lot, that you need time for this to take hold. This is not like shaking a magic wand and voila. It needs time. And maybe your vision will evolve, and we have lots of ideas in the project that can help you to shape the vision. Yeah.
Well, Michael, we are now in such a nice big group of diverse professional stakeholders.
Yes.
Maybe it's a good moment, if you like, that we think in a cooperative way on what type of policy do we estimate that we need for supporting STEAM, yes. At least STEAM. And would you like to give a first blow in that direction?
Well, I'm probably doing too much talking, but I think we need a policy or a vision. We definitely need a vision as to what this thing is, and we need a vision as to what we want to see happening in our classrooms. I think this for me...
Okay, so that means I think it's this general feeling, at least in the preparation and during the project, that STEAM is a kind of, it's a movement and kind of courage to say, well, let's look over the fence of our domain. And yes. That's good, it's risk-taking. But the good thing is that teachers might become, I think it will help them, to teach deeper and I think more essential.
Yes.
Because I think it's really pity that the teacher needs to say, please go to page 52 mm-hmm. And learn by heart the 5 statements. What is, of course, a better opportunity for teachers, that they can really start from their own intuition, from their knowledge. And I give the example that in South Africa, all the school books were jumped into between the mountains in the river because there was a quarrel about the price to be paid. So the secondary schools had no books. And it costed several weeks for the teachers to stopped paralyzing, but then they became really teachers.
Yes.
And later they said this year was a very good year because we needed to teach from scratch. You see, and that's a sign. STEAM will help that, because any problem that students will mention, and I think that's also a good thing, maybe we forgot that. In higher education we see the movement of so-called problem-based learning. And it's not so much the teacher who is presenting the problems to be attacked, but the students should scout what are relevant problems. And then, of course, they come back with topics the teacher is also searching.
Yes.
But of course, the teacher can be and should be a good process manager.
Yes. Yes.
So those are options where we touch a deeper vitalizing of the teaching process, and hence also the student. If the student sees only a teacher who takes the ready-made answers, it's not a motivation to take risk. And maybe we can erase that.
Yes. How would you feel if you had no books? Good or bad? Good? Okay. Not so good. Okay? Yes. But I think this is what we're thinking about. And this is what I mentioned earlier this morning in the learning scenarios, to give you something and give you some ideas. But it's definitely, we're definitely talking about taking some risks. So just very quickly, what we found. So when I talk about STEAM, and here in Galicia, you have a policy, but it's not in all of the partner countries. So it's not there. And as I said this morning, you are one of the few regions in the EU that have a STEAM policy, which is really important. A number of the partners on the project, they want a policy. So for example, in Turkey, they want a policy. So also a point that came across is, and I admire you all today, we're holding this conference in English. STEAM is an English term. As somebody mentioned, again, I think it was Isabel this morning, you know, it's a term that was invented in the 1990s. But it's an English term. Again, people have said to us as part of the project, there should be probably a different term that means something in your language that corresponds to STEAM. So that idea of localizing it, so that it's clear. I have many family members who are teachers. And when I was involved in developing a STEM policy statement for Ireland, some of my siblings, my sister, said to me, "What is STEM? What is it?" So we need to be clear. Otherwise, you won't be able to make those changes we're talking about. So people want clear, they want guidelines. Again, I mentioned this morning, and preparing for this uncertain world. Here's another book that I've come across recently, and it's Creating the Schools Our Children Need. And it's a chap by the name of Dylan William, and he's Welsh. And he has done a lot of work in the area of formative assessment. But his point is, and it's really about the schools in the United States, but I think we can all learn from it, is that we need to make sure that our schools are relevant, and that we make sure that our children are curious, and that they are lifelong learners. If we can teach them to be lifelong learners, it's a bit like teaching them how to fish, then they will do very well. Pete, this is your slide. Do you want to say a little word on this?
I'm always happy to see the lengthy text that I was creating. I think what we see more and more, that what we try to do with teaching is guiding the students. It means that we have an idea about the content, the method, the evaluation. And I think that we now see that jobs are changing, so there is a kind of economy where individual workers need to be more autonomous. They need to be problem solvers, more autonomous, creative workers. And that means that I think there is nobody who says that we should lose our traditional way of teaching. What we do is a great job. All the lectures that are here are really very valid, but something extra needs to be done. And that would be my direction for policy recommendation, that teachers need a little bit more time to explore, to prepare, to relax, to refresh.
Yes.
And how can we do that? I think it's simple. Simple in the conceptual way. Namely, we have teacher assistants. They will be guiding the homework and to do some remedial. And the media can also do a lot of the work. MOOCs, there are brilliant lectures. We have simulation programs where the students can explore some complex topics, like in physics. So that should give the teachers some freedom to prepare, to take a distance and to have the courage to combine the issues. How to do that? We could do it in groups of 2. Let's say physics with mathematics is a natural thing.
Yes.
We can think about language and art.
Yes.
Engineering and, again, physics. But also engineering and language, because a lot of the language. So we can think about the chemistry between teachers to synthesize.
Yes, absolutely. And I think your point is well made. We need to give teachers space and time to think about this and to come together. This was, again, one of the points, and I'll come to these in a minute, that people gave us feedback on. So when we're thinking about this is a very boring slide, sorry, but it's an important one. At the European level, there is no STEM policy. There is no STEAM policy, okay? What we have is this thing here on the screen called the Digital Education Action Plan. And there are 13 actions in there. And STEM is mentioned once, and it's mentioned specifically in the area that Anita was talking about today, which is STEM and girls and coding. So STEM, in the European context, it's there. I mean, people mentioned this morning European SchoolNet and projects, but it's in the context always, at the moment, of the Digital Education Action Plan. So we are trying to, in this project, as I've said from the beginning this morning, we're trying to give you materials to prepare you for the reality. So we think post-COVID, everybody believes we're at a crossroads. We have choices. Think about that picture I showed you this morning of the little child who will start in school this year. And how then can the ministries, the regional authorities, the schools give you the time, the space, and the resources to make changes. So, this is the last time I'm going to mention this, but STEM or STEAM, it's a suitcase term. So, there's my old suitcase there. It needs to be unpacked. And often when we were doing our research for this project, STEM or STEAM gets equated with science and mathematics. So those subjects have a higher value. That's why they're in bigger font. And the technology, the engineering, and the arts, they sometimes get lost. I noticed Anita had a slide earlier. She had a big T and a big E, because technology and engineering often get lost. And in our project, we focused a lot on robotics and on the Arduino. So we make no apologies. In this project, we're trying to balance out the acronym. Here, just for yourselves, I won't read, I will read them, but just take a minute. These are some of, we did focus groups in all of the partner countries. These are some feedback that we got. And I just picked these 3 for no other reason that I like them, okay? Nothing scientific. But the first one says, STEAM, it's integrated. So that idea that Pete was talking about. So giving you an opportunity, and those of you who are school leaders, can we give teachers an opportunity to work with other teachers in planning and creating activities for their learners? The integration of science, technology, engineering, mathematics. An interdisciplinary phenomenon that brings an innovative and systemic perspective to the standard and uniform education curriculum. The next one, it encourages students to collaborate. So there's this idea of working together. Again, I was in Erding's workshop. We were working as a team. Well, some of us were. I don't think I was much help to my team, but anyway. While emphasizing the importance of problem solving and critical thinking. So, and like, again, that was a very simple activity. We didn't use any technology, but we were thinking, we were discussing, we were trying to solve a problem. I like this one as well. with STEAM education, we create and we empower curious learners. Again, I heard Jose this morning talking about the curiosity, about what your students are interested in, football or music. So we want them involved in this. So how can we bring this into our classroom? Seek creative solutions to real-life problems. If we can integrate STEAM into our teaching and learning environment, it will support the know-how process of everything that learners are looking for. And this is something we find, that oftentimes it's happening in spaces beside the school, in a science club, in an after-school club. That's brilliant. Can we now then make the next jump and bring it back into the school? So these are a few of the challenges, okay? You could call them problems. And these are some of the things that we've tried to address or give you some help with in this project. So the first one is quite clear. I've covered it enough. It's the idea that we need to be clear on what we mean by STEAM. The main focus in schools is often on teaching STEAM subjects separately. So we teach science, we teach mathematics, we teach the arts. If we do teach technology, we teach it separately. So this was something that we found. And that it's overly focused on performance in terminal examinations. So, you know, we're not going to have the fun that we had earlier. You need to study your textbook and do well on the exam. So this is a problem. Lack of facilities, suitable spaces, and the underutilization of spaces where they exist. In some of the partner countries, they have STEM centres, and they feel they're not being used enough. So if we have the spaces, can we use them more? And also included there is online spaces, lack of equipment and resources. So we heard this. So that's why we tried to build the SimuLearn platform, so that you've no excuse. There is a platform, you can play with it wherever you are. All you need is the internet. That's a big if in my country. Lack of time, and lack of time to plan and to implement such practices in schools. So we need to give people time. Lack of qualified people. Again, Isabel mentioned that courses, teachers as learners. Both Pete and I view teachers as learning professionals. So they're teaching, but they're also learning. You know, we see this.
True.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that we might come to the point that on top of all the nice synthesis of the points from the focus groups, there might have come new ideas under our participants. Mm-hmm. And I think as soon as you raise your hand for any reason, we will give you the floor. Yes. Because you will have new ideas, yes. Hopefully. As long as I don't see hands, I can say you that my interpretation, I think we have the same line, that we need to focus the policy reports to the various stakeholders.
Yes, we do.
So the really political level, we have the school leaders, we have the teachers, and we have the parents even. That is just an inductive moment where I think we should tune our message. Secondly, we have not talked about it, we need an extra beer for that, but this is that a good progress for STEAM is when we make a proposal that makes education better for the student and more, let's say, pleasantly challenging for the teachers. Mm-hmm. Stimuli for the teachers. That can be incentives in terms of extra salary or task hours so that they can prepare. So that should be a very clear message, I think. Yes.
Yeah. Does anyone want to add anything? Don't be shy. I know it's late, but any reaction to what's on the screen? Anything that you're surprised at? Anything that's missing? This is not a STEAM class. This is a traditional class. Okay? No? Okay. So this is what we have. There wasn't even a reaction there to that last piece. And again, this came through in the focus groups, that if we are going to change, that we need those teachers out here in this audience that are making the effort to change, that they need to be rewarded, they need to be acknowledged. Any reaction to this? Is this a good thing?
Edins is coming, please.
Edins.
Some teachers that I interact with, they say that administrative support is important, and that's a challenge if it doesn't exist. So
yes.
I want to add that.
So that's kind of going back to my opening point about the planning permission, that you're allowed to do these things, you're encouraged to do it, and if you do it, you won't be sanctioned.
Maybe thank you, Edins. I think next step, if we say we have to train the teachers extra, new in-service training, then we should do it compatible to the STEAM method. So, not instructing them, but let them work in an optimal STEAmy way, so that they prepare really. Is it? Preach as you teach as you preach, something like that. So it should be compatible. And maybe it means problem-based learning.
Absolutely.
So that teams of teachers who have an ambition, that they undertake a development project and prepare like your project did, your team did it, and that is possible. It is not, so that might be practical organization by the ministry to, let's say, let teachers apply so that they can bring forward themselves as a team, like a project team, and say, we get 1 day free for doing that every week. And during half a year, we are going to produce something. That is a maybe catalytic moment.
Yes. All the ministry people in the room are getting very nervous with us now. But we are of the view that this is a change and we need to make it, and we need to put in incentives to make it. I'm going to move very quickly because I'm conscious of time, and we don't want to keep you here longer than you should be. But ultimately what we're trying to do is, in this project, as you've heard from the beginning, is to provide solutions in the schools. I don't know, can you put up the slides again, please? Thank you. I mean, we have lots and lots of materials. You've heard about them through the day. So I'm going to move very quickly for the last few minutes. One of the things that we think is we would encourage you, when you go back to your schools, to sit down and have a discussion. What is a vision for STEAM in our school? If you're a primary school, what does it look like for you? If you're a secondary school, what is it? Maybe you're doing it already, but even after today, is there something you've seen, something you've heard that you think should be part of the mix? Then for the region and for the country. I have been involved in a number of policies with ministries, and it's important that the ministry has a vision. Pete and I have a little, I won't say disagreement, but we have a different view on this. Pete doesn't really trust the ministry to come up with the vision on their own.
No, I would not agree.
You see, I'm putting words in his mouth.
Let me tell it more, more directly. My view is that we should, let's say, enable and support teachers to express to the policymakers.
Exactly.
If we do it as researchers or as consultants, that is not the right way.
Agreed.
We don't use the language from the teacher point of view. So it is enabling the teachers. And then policymakers, of course, they have to compromise. This is a big issue. It's economical, salaries, it's about, it's mainly a political issue.
It is.
So I would avoid that mistake. And
No, and I agree with you. I agree. And I think all of you in the room, you need to have a voice in this and help. So I'm going to go quickly here. I'm not going to read out these slides. You'll get these afterwards. But I suppose the first thing that we're saying that has come out of the project, and we recently recorded a podcast which will be on the website with Erdink around this idea of having a STEAM mindset. And we think that this is really important, that, that we are giving space to our students where they can collaborate, they can communicate, they can work together, and they can engage in problem solving. And as we said, it's about all teachers. And in my group earlier today, there was 3 of us that were primary teachers. I was once one of those. And we had an art teacher and we had a music teacher. So this is what we mean. Everybody is a STEAM teacher. So that's the first thing. This one we heard a lot of this morning. Jose, I will remember the water, okay? So we need to invest. There is a cost here. And it's not just all about equipment, but it's things like time, it's new models of schooling, but it's also new approaches to teacher professional development so that we can provide you with ways to learn that are interesting for you, that are fun. Again, I was talking to Pete this morning when we were listening to some of the earlier talks, and there's a guy called John Seeley Brown. He talks about a thing called hard fun. Hard fun. So you can have fun, but it can be hard. It's not easy. And then we have the policies. And as we've covered this, and in the document we will give you an example. But maybe I'll hand to Pete to say the final word on this piece. What do you think?
My earlier approach was to distinguish the bottom-up versus the top-down method. And I think as we are here, we really talk about the bottom-up repertoire. I think the work by Edins with his group was marvelous. The 3D worlds, very good examples. There is so much inspiration in virtual reality, in gaming, in playing, in didactics from the past. So thematic learning was already from the 60s, the 70s, Jerome Bruner, etc. So we have a lot of repertoire. It needs now to make it easier for teachers to navigate, to say, I'm now in a stage of the curriculum or the moment of the year or the atmosphere in the classroom. Now I make a new compilation. It's like a cook. Yes. You have the ingredients, but you can decide to do it in small pieces or to use the special flavors, etc. So a very diverse process. It's a process of aesthetics, of feeling, and we were too much obsessed by the cognitive, by the information aspects. We accept now that it's a human process where taste and also like art, like fashion, like any... So experience. It's a rich process. Yes. If we squeeze it down to narrow principles, it's a pity. It will make it poorer. Yes. And that is, I think, the risk of scientific educationalists. That is. Yes.
So I think that's a good place to finish. So I think big and don't focus it down too much. So thank you, Pete.
Please,
and
Michael.
We look forward to finalizing this output over the next few weeks. So thank you. Break. So now we are going to have a break and 10 minutes, I'm told 10 minutes. And then when you come back, I'm just going to remind you again. Now, I told you this morning, so we'll see if you remember. We have changed, we flipped the speakers in the after the break. So my friend Tunç, he will be in room 10 and Engin will be in the auditorium. Okay? Do you want to speak?
I want to invite the partners on the stage for a group photograph.
Okay. And all the partners, will they come onto the stage for a group photograph? And we'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Engin Karan. I'm from Turkey, and I work at the Department of Mathematics and Science Education at the Middle East Technical University. And that's my introduction. I'm going to tell you a story, actually, tonight in this presentation. And this is the title of my presentation, A Collaborative Action Research Project to Promote STEM Culture in Primary Schools. We have been working in a particular primary school for it's like over 2 years. And then we tried to kind of initiate a STEM reform, work with teachers, and I'm going to tell you about some of the aspects of this particular reform. But let me first introduce the idea of STEM education. You all know about it. We have been talking about it a lot. But it's the basic idea of interdisciplinary approach. So we have been trying different interdisciplinary approaches for a long time. Like we try to integrate science and mathematics, mathematics and technology, math and finance, and science and social studies, which is also called socio-scientific issues. But STEM is more significant than others, especially in this era, because today in modern world, the problems we face involves strong aspects of technology and engineering. Technology and engineering can cause problems, but it also provides solutions for those problems. Therefore, if we need a problem solver generation, we need to teach them how to use STEM skills when they face any kind of local or global phenomena. However, despite the growing popularity of STEM education in the global context, we are still not sure about the long and short-term feasibility of the STEM education reform. People question about it. Many educators all around the world are skeptical about the success of STEM education. So there are still questions about how to use it, how to kind of answer the problems about STEM education. It's not sure. And then there are so many different frameworks to answer those questions. This one is from National Research Council's STEM Education report. And then you can see that this framework starts with policy, district, and community perspective. It starts from a broader perspective. And then when you go down, you can see that school conditions, it's important because school conditions really impacts how you implement STEM education. You need to know about your school. You need to know about your student body, the teachers' competencies, teachers' preparedness. These are all impacting how you use STEM in the schools. And then, if you are successful, you can see it in the indicators of student achievement. But let's talk about what is school-based reform. Starting with school-based curriculum, it can be the implementation of an existing curriculum or designing a new curriculum, or there's a third option, adapting the existing curriculum based on your students' needs, interests, and your teachers' competencies. That's the whole idea of school-based curriculum, designing, implementing, or adapting a curriculum, an existing curriculum. But the second kind of description is more important for me because it's a process and you should really take into account the characteristics of school systems stakeholders, which involves principals, teachers, students, and even parents. So you should consider all these contextual factors when you start a STEM initiative or any kind of reform initiative. Therefore, we ended up with this framework for our study. It has two different dimensions. The first one is presage variable, which is more about what we did about STEM education, what we implemented in that particular school. It involves the preparation of the teachers, how we prepared teachers to implement STEM in their classrooms. It also involves professional development of the teachers. We need to kind of educate or help teachers to design and implement STEM-based activities in their classrooms. And also STEM knowledge of students and teachers perceptions of STEM. I will talk about the role of teacher perceptions in the following slides. I think it's more important than many of the STEM education aspects. But also, there's a second dimension in the framework, context variables, which we do not have direct control on it, like race, gender, socioeconomic status of the students, and perceptions of STEM. Like, you can have really great ideas about STEM education, but if your student body is not ready to use that kind of practices in the classroom, it's not going to be successful. So we should really consider our student body. And when we do that, we implement STEM integration, student engagement increases, teaching methods changes, kind of revolves around, and then the indicator, again, it's the first student achievement, and then changes on students' and teachers' perceptions of STEM education. But let me talk about our previous experience. Before we started that particular STEM initiative, we had another project. We worked with a school district, and we worked with science, math, and elementary teachers in that particular school district. So there were like around 30, 40 teachers. And we specifically kind of arranged the groups so that science, math, and primary school teachers worked together, designed lesson plans, and implemented in their classrooms. So therefore, they could kind of help each other based on their expertises. Like, if you are a primary school teacher, it's good to have science and math teacher in your group when you design a STEM lesson plan. They worked well, they implemented STEM very well, but like, everything worked fine. But there was one problem. When we left the system, it just stopped. They don't use STEM anymore. Like, during the project, they implemented all those activities. They were really active, but whenever the project ended, they just stopped. They just don't do anything about STEM education. And we think that it's because these teachers don't really interact with each other. They don't have interaction. They don't usually collaborate with each other. They work in different schools. Therefore, they don't see each other every day. That's why we needed to work in a smaller group, in a very closed group. Therefore, we decided to work with a particular school, particular primary school. So the purpose of the study is to present the structure of a school-based STEM intervention designed to bring elementary school students attitudes, knowledge, and skills related to STEM education, and also portraying the implementation of this STEM intervention program based on the perspectives of researchers, which is us, teachers, and school principal. And how we ended up with this idea was that, like, we didn't just go to the school and then started the initiation. Like, we first interacted with the school principal. And we need the teachers, because teachers are the implementers of the lesson plans. We needed to convince them. We found two very motivated teachers. So we had one principal, two teachers. And then we kind of asked them to convince their colleagues, the other teachers in the school. And then it was easier for us. They were the keys for us to enter the classrooms. And our research design was mutual collaborative action research. We worked together with teachers and school principal. That's why we call it mutual collaborative action research. We started with the stage one, clarifying vision and targets. At this stage, like, teachers became familiar to STEM education practices. We talked to them. We tried to kind of change their perceptions. We informed them about what STEM education is, how to use it, what are the potential benefits. Therefore, we convinced them to use STEM in their classrooms. In the second part, we kind of designed a process. Like, we kind of, using different theories, we kind of planned and kind of, how do you say it, implementation plan. We designed an implementation plan. Week by week, we decided what to do with teachers and what should happen in the classrooms. And then in the stage 3, we implemented the action. While doing that, we collected data simultaneously, and then we decided which activities were successful, which were not, which were really effective, which were not. So therefore, we were able to change our plan during the process. And then in the stage 4, we reflected on the data and kind of adopted our action plan and ended up with the final plan. Our participants were 12 primary school teachers from 3rd and 4th grades. we didn't choose first and second grade because they were too busy with the literacy classes, like teaching how to read to students. Therefore, third and fourth grade teachers were more appropriate for our study, and then 450 students from their classes also attended our, participated in our study. Okay. And then our data collection processes, we conducted semi-structured interviews with the teachers. We distributed open-ended questionnaires to the students. They filled out those questionnaires. We did observations. We wrote researcher journals every week, and based on the data we have, we did content analysis method and then tried to present what was happening in that particular school during the STEM intervention. And this is the summary of our findings. I will explain each aspect, but we had three main themes. The first one was about classroom instruction, what was going on in class environment. The second one was school-wide actions. It's not about the classroom, it's more about the broader context. And the third one was professional learning communities that we created with the teachers. And then we had sub-teams, and I will talk about them, each of them. The first one was lesson plan. This is about in class. So our national curriculum doesn't involve standards directly related to STEM. There are some sentences about STEM education, but standards are not directly related to STEM. Therefore, the participant teachers worked on kind of adapting existing standards to use in STEM activities. And then for each lesson plan, they created that kind of table and put each discipline and then the aspects of the discipline also included in the table. Like this lesson plan was about designing a traditional carpet. In science part, they used property of matter. In technology, they did unplugged coding for designing traditional carpets. For the engineering part, they used engineering design. For mathematics, they used symmetry, patterns, area calculations. For art, some students use pixel art to design those traditional carpets. And for the cultural part, this was an additional aspect to STEAM education. They used carpet figures and the meanings behind it. In the traditional carpets, each figure has a particular meaning, so students learn those meanings and then they used it in their design products. So we kind of integrated socio-cultural aspects of their communities. And then when they designed their lesson plans, they used themes, like they used thematic approaches for STEM. They used real-world scenarios to teach STEM and incorporate STEM into their daily teaching practices. For instance, these are the 5 of the thematic units they used in their classrooms. One is carpets and the traditional stories and songs related to those carpet designs. This was one theme. The other one was underground cities of Cappadocia. The third one was puppets, birthday party speakers, wind turbines, sustainable irrigation systems. Those were some of the examples. So they used those themes. For instance, if it's, let's say it's wind turbines, they teach mathematics in the context of wind turbines. They teach science in the context of wind turbines. So for each class, there were some connections to the main theme. Therefore, the classes, the subjects were connected to each other naturally, and you can see that different students working on different projects. I think these examples were from sustainable irrigation systems. And then I think this is the most important part of our intervention, career connections. So it's important to use the opportunities exist in the communities. So we found different experts in the communities invited to the school, and before starting the projects, before starting the STEM design process, we invited them to make a talk. Like, for instance, for the irrigation systems, we invited an agricultural engineer, and she kind of explained how irrigation systems work. The other one was the underground cities of Cappadocia. Geological engineer was in the school. For the Muppets, we couldn't find a Muppet person, so we invited a theater actor, and he talked about how Muppets work, like what are the kind of characteristics of Muppets. And then I think the one at the bottom, left bottom, is the carpet design. We invited a local person, local storyteller, to kind of tell about the traditional carpet that exists in this particular area. This was important because students explored the career connections to the STEM activities. However, I think more important part is that we informed students about the professional applications of their classroom work in the real world. What does it mean? You learn something in the classroom, but real professionals use similar knowledge. Maybe it's more complicated, but similar knowledge base. They use it in the real world environment. So therefore, the learning was more meaningful for those students. And the other part was inclusivity. We tried to kind of address each student in the classroom to make STEM learning experiences more meaningful for all students. Like no gender differences in taking responsibilities happened during that process. Like we tried to kind of find a balance. We didn't have any problem about the gender dominance. Physically challenged students, they participated in the process, and their peers really encouraged them to do work with them. So they took responsibility, and it was same for also like all those different low achievement students, etc. And then in traditional classrooms, as we all know, some students are more active, but in STEM, during the STEM activities, we see that students share responsibilities because they were kind of motivating, encouraging each other during the group work. And then when the group work ends, everybody wanted to present their work. Therefore, like there was a really good kind of participation during the process. These were all about in-class environment. However, yes, something was happening in the classroom environment, but we tried to make it some kind of a school-wide application. Therefore, we designed an after-school STEM club. It was a 3-hour STEM club. It happened every week, and then we taught 30 students how to use STEM. What was different from in-class application was that they were working on the projects that takes a long time. For instance, the example is a Rube Goldberg machine. Maybe you may know it. Like you start with one ball, and then it keeps going, doing all those different things, taking all those different steps, and then it completes an action. In this part, it was, I think, a flag, like the flag rises at the end of the process. So it took like 4 weeks of time. Therefore, it was hard to implement it in the classroom environment. We used STEM clubs for those kind of projects. And then every week, 30 students attended a 3-hour club, and then they worked in designing different kind of products. But it was just 30 students, so we needed a broader impact. We decided to have monthly STEM days. The students, like the question was how to broaden the STEM club's positive effects. And then the students in the STEM clubs, we asked them, we encouraged them to share their experiences, present their designs, and then also led quick workshops for their peers in order to teach them what they learn in the STEM club. So therefore, like we are talking about 3rd and 4th grade students, they were teaching other students how to design products. I think that was really important. And during that day, students in all those different grades, they were teaching each other. They were talking to each other. And it was a really effective implementation of STEM, I think. And then one of the last points, university, school, and industry collaboration. We had an ongoing collaboration with the school. So we were the university part, and there was a school part. But also we invited industrial companies to collaborate with the school. And they provided different types of helps to teachers. For instance, when we created a thematic unit centered on textile, a local clothing company sent different types of clothes, fabrics, as well as knowledge about how to process those fabrics, like coloring the fabric, like how to kind of measure fabric and taking shapes, all those different practices. So students were able to see what was going on in the real-world professional environment. And we also invited experts from those companies to share their kind of knowledge. And then the last point of findings, we had a really good professional learning communities. We did a lesson study method. Lesson study is basically the idea of teachers working together, designing lesson plans, implemented in their classrooms. While implementing, the other teachers observe that teacher and then give feedbacks to improve the lesson plans. Like we are 4 teachers, we design a lesson plan. Each of us implement the lesson plan in our own classrooms. We observe each other, and then we come together, discuss the points that work and points that didn't work, and then try to improve the lesson plan. It's a kind of circular process. We did that. Teachers from the same grade levels collaborate to create and implement lesson plans, and then they observe each other, provide feedback. And then the most important thing, I think the end product was successful, but more than that, the teachers learned how to work together, and then providing feedback was really valuable. Like they learned how to provide feedback to each other, which is kind of like a weird experience for them at the beginning, but then they try to provide more meaningful and effective feedbacks. And let me talk about a brief discussion. And then the literature says that teachers need sustainable support. And then they need, if we are talking about a new educational reform, something new, something they don't have experience on, they need just-in-time and job-embedded help. We were in the school environment like maybe 2 days a week, and then we were providing instant feedbacks to them, and then that was helping them to implement effective STEM practices, and I think it was really important for them. And then when we get feedback from the interviews, they really highlight that point. The feedback they received was really important for them, and then they helped them to implement all those different practices. Was there any problem? Let me tell you about Bybee's model. He says if we are talking about any educational reform, we need to address 4 different aspects: purpose, policy, program, practice. We supported teachers in terms of the practice part. The program part, we try to adopt different standards, so the program part was also accessible for us, but the purpose and policy, we were not able to have any effect on those 2 different dimensions. That's why it was a challenge for us. We didn't have any control on these 2 aspects, and teachers don't have control too. Therefore, we kind of use effective practices, but the sustainability part was missing because of the existence of the model, or maybe lack of the aspects. And then this is from Thalys' report. It's about teacher professionalism. This helped us a lot. And then the report says that if we are talking about professional teachers, they need to have 3 important features. The first one is knowledge base. The second one is autonomy, or we can call it agency. And then the third one is peer networks. If you have a complete circle, that means you have professional teachers. Some countries are doing really well on that model. Some countries are kind of struggling. For instance, autonomy and agency, Scandinavian countries are really doing well in that aspect. I think Asian countries are good at knowledge base. But when we look at this model, working with primary school teachers, I think we had a particular advantage. First, the knowledge-based part, they were able to kind of teach the content because the content was relatively basic. So it wasn't, they didn't really struggle about the knowledge base. But the most important part, they had a really strong autonomy and agency. The report says that primary school teachers have more autonomy than middle and high school teachers. And in our case, teachers were able to modify their classes, play around the standards, Like they were able to change the order of the subjects. They were able to use interdisciplinary content. And then if the design process takes longer, they were able to just implement it because they have the whole day. That's why the autonomy agency of the primary school teachers really helped us to implement STEM activities. And then the other one, peer networks. As I mentioned before, we worked with a group of teachers. They are always together. They work together after school. They spend time together, so they know each other very well. And then this friendship kind of triggers the collaboration with the teachers, and the peer network work really well in our case. Therefore, I mean, we had all those three aspects, and then it was kind of part of our success during this intervention. And I have a very limited time, and this is one of my favorite quotes from Cuban 2004. The book is oversold and underused. It's about a computer education reform in the United States. In that particular reform, they spent so much money to buy computers, but when they distribute it to the classrooms, teachers don't use it. It was a waste of money and opportunity. And in that book, Cuban really criticizes that computer education reform, and he says something. He says, teachers are gatekeepers to school and classroom improvements. Teachers are gatekeepers. Their perceptions, beliefs, knowledge, attention, motivation, and skills come into place when policies from state, federal, and district levels arrive at the schoolhouse steps. It doesn't matter how much effort you spend on kind of designing educational reforms. It doesn't matter how much money you spend on educational practices or educational materials or technologies, or in our case, STEM or STEAM education. If you are not able to convince teachers to implement STEM activities in their classrooms, the reform cannot be successful. Therefore, in our case, teachers were really important for us. We started with kind of convincing them to use STEM practices in their classrooms. We informed them about the importance of STEM education. We kind of tell some of the success stories, and then we modeled some of the activities. They were like students. They designed products, and then they saw that if you implement STEM education effectively, you can be active participants in the classroom environment. And then they decided to use STEM practices in their classrooms. Then we started the initiative, STEM Reform Initiative. I think we had a permission from the gatekeepers to that part of that particular school. And if the reform is not successful, probably it's about the teachers are not convinced about the effectiveness of the reform. And then that was everything I need to say. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you. What am I supposed to do now? Maybe not talking because of the microphone. Okay. Thank you.
this? Yeah, okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's last session for our educational conference for the International Edificio STEAM project. It's the end of day one, and we are going to have a roundtable discussion with our valuable guests. Today we have 4 guests from different countries with different backgrounds and with different perspectives, and I'm really excited and it's a pleasure for me to have a chance to moderate this session. Before starting, let me introduce myself very briefly. My name is Büşra Söylemez, and I'm in the Ministry of National Education in Turkey. And I'm working for the Directorate General for Innovation and Educational Technologies. In our department, we are developing some projects on digital education and supporting teachers, especially in the field of digital competences. And our guests, let me introduce them as well. Ligita Saiskaite-Yakste is an academician at the Kaunas University of Technology in Lithuania, and Shurcho Kobelas Sobrino. Yes. He is a teacher, and at the same time in the Edificio STEAM project, he is one of our mentors in Galicia, and also he is one of the mentors in the Galicia. You are an ADIX teacher. Yeah. Out of 78 ADIX teachers, you are one of them.
One of them, okay.
Okay, very good. And we have Jose Viñas Dieguez, who is a pedagogical advisor at the Center for Educational and Digital Innovation in Galicia. Nice to meet you and nice to see you here. And our last participant, our last panelist, is a student, a young student, a bright student from the STEM Baccalaureate program, Silvia Rodriguez Ardao. Welcome to all of you. And without further ado, I would like to start with our session. In this session, our title is, What Does STEAM Look Like for Me? So in our previous session about the policy recommendations, we talked about the importance of the need to have shared vision. So we need to share our opinions from the different perspectives, from an academician's perspective, from a person, from a teacher, from a person from the policy institution, and from a student's perspective. And if we can combine all of them, I think it will help us to look from a wider perspective to the issue of STEAM education and STEAM approach. Now, let's start with the first round of questions then, if you're ready. My first question is to Jose Viñas. Okay. Perfect. So being a pedagogical advisor at an organization for educational and digital innovation, may we learn about your experience on teachers or educators' perspective on STEAM education? So with which questions do the teachers come to you to ask for help, ask for advice?
Most of the time they ask for new resources in STEM, hands-on activities, easy hands-on activities they ask for. And most of the time they don't ask about methodologies, but I confess we introduce methodologies into the hands-on activities because they can improve with the students, to be in contact with them. And we offer different kind of resources, digital resources and hands-on activities, but related with the things that you can take in at home. Well, a bottle, yes, salt or things like that, and you can prepare a little experiment with the students, and not very. You don't have problems with to repeat this experiment. So we do this kind of resources with videos or whatever you want.
So they look for practical advices rather than theoretical ones. So they
more than
look
in
for
primary
solutions.
school than in secondary school. In primary school, they ask for practical things for the kids.
Yeah, okay. Especially for the lower levels of education, they ask for practical advices. Thank you. And now, from a practical perspective, let's move on to a theoretical one. And I would like to turn to Ligita for now. From an academician's perspective, how do you describe STEAM education and its interdisciplinary nature?
Well, in order to answer to this question, I want to mention that in general we have to build awareness in academic life as well and at universities because, well, we had the discussion focus groups with our teachers. And yes, I got the same question, how to understand. Please explain for us what it is, what we are talking about. And so this discussion was my explanation what I got through this project, during this project. And yes, so it should be the first stage to build awareness about what we are doing and even to help those who are working at universities to help to identify that they are working in STEAM field. Because when we are talking about some particular fields, for example, architecture, where art is integrated and there is nothing new, but we have to point this and say, yes, you are talking in STEAM field. For others, yes, some projects, it could be nice projects could be done with the integration of all this STEAM. And in general, when I'm looking to all this view of STEAM integration even in universities, it's important to understand that we have to use this holistic approach. And during all this project, during all these meetings, we mentioned this, that we have to look to all stakeholders. And after that, we built, through understanding, this STEAM policy. So university, I think, plays important role because teachers, researchers, lecturers, they have competences, they have understanding about STEAM, and of course, if universities will work with all stakeholders, we may achieve good results.
Yes. So it's really important to connect theory with practice. So universities should provide some or serve as a bridge for connecting theory to practice, maybe.
I think that universities should be responsible for all this know-how, especially, because maybe companies should think about all these connections. Of course, I am happy that today I had a discussion with my colleague from Lithuania, and we discussed about this ecosystem of STEAM ecosystem in Lithuania and all the stakeholders groups, and it was identified 12 stakeholders groups in Lithuania, and all these possible connections, interactions in this field. So it was identified 400 possible interactions in STEAM field. So this means if every country will do similar monitoring, we'll see it's in, how to say, more precise way, how to connect and in which field we, even universities, may help to develop this knowledge of STEAM.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Now, my question is to Şurşo. What does STEAM education mean to you? From a teacher's perspective and from a mentor's perspective, what kind of support do you think should be provided to teachers to support them in their STEAM practices at school?
Well, STEAM for me means a great opportunity, both for students, because they have the opportunity to learn in a very motivating and dynamic way, and also for teachers, because it's a very good opportunity to update ourselves and to be more engaged for the students. And well, as a mentor, I think someone talked this morning about teacher training, which is really important. But I teach a lot of courses to other colleagues, to other teachers, and then when they go to their schools, they are alone. I mean, they don't have that person that can help them with when they have a problem or when they are stuck in something. So I think that our role as mentors should be great to have that role, to be that person of reference. When the teachers have a problem or they are stuck in something, they can just, I don't know, send a WhatsApp, or should I have this problem, or how can I solve it? Or help them also to design activities to work STEAM in their classroom. I think that would be good, that would be really great.
And I just want to add that, well, we had discussion with our Lithuanian teachers, and it was like similar what mentioned Shushu. It's they have interest to participate. They want to get new content. They want to implement. They want to give to their students. But from another side, they say, well, we need somehow guidelines. We need some mentors who will say that, yes, you are going to the right direction. Because once they are left alone, they don't know, are they doing good or not? But when it will be some guidelines, some even content which they can use or with some modifications, I think the quality and even the support will help them to do all the job better.
Yeah. So the teachers need to be supported. So they need support channels, and they need to have a network for for cooperation, collaboration, and that will foster their practices.
Yeah, especially by a real support. I mean, when I have a problem, I have the problem now. I mean, it doesn't matter if I can send a mail to someone and a week after I have the answer. So I deal with 20 schools, and I try to tell them that I can help them every time and every moment. You know, it's very easy because now technology allows to send just a message or something. So that's important for them to don't be afraid to do anything because they have that person that can help them any time.
Yeah. So you need to be dedicated to what you're doing as a mentor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And now let's turn to Sylvia to hear about a student's perspective. She is studying her second year of STEAM education program, and she is 18 years old.
Yeah, 17. I'm almost 18.
Okay, and you are about to finish at the end of this week, or
like in 2 weeks' time? I'm going to be done with. Yeah.
Sorry?
In 2 weeks' time.
In 2 weeks' time, you will finish. Congratulations in advance. Do you think the education in STEM program has opened new opportunities for you in terms of your future career or opportunities in your practices or in your life? And how can you compare your experience and your education when you think of the others who have not studied this baccalaureate program, the bacillerato in Galician, maybe?
Yeah, I think I've gained like lots of skills, and I really believe that, I mean, everyone our age should be able to have like this kind of experiences. In my case, I worked like 2 or 3 weeks in the chemical engineering school here in Santiago in July, and I had the opportunity to just do a research program with people working there in the labs. I mean, there were people who were doing their PhD, there were people who were just doing their masters. I mean, I met lots of people who were actually spending their lives doing that and researching that. And for me, I mean, I've always known that I want to follow a career path in science, but I've never really known which path really to follow, because I like lots of subjects. I mean, I really like physics, but I also really like chemistry. I mean, I'm still not really sure on what I want to do. And I think this kind of programs are really, they're really enriching, because people my age, there are many people my age that really don't know what jobs look like. I mean, there are many times where we have like idealizations of what they are going to be like. Then we study something, I've heard people tell me that they start working in something that they thought they would love and they end up not liking it that much. So I think it's really helpful that we can actually get an inside perspective from universities and from people that are actually working with that. For me, at least, it has been really, really helpful. I really enjoyed the experience, and it was, I learned lots of things. You were talking about the practical applications of theory, and I really liked that, because I saw what I've been learning from these 2 years in chemistry classes, for instance. I applicated that when I was doing lab job and things like this. So it's really insightful, and I think everyone should have the opportunity to try it in the field they think they would like. I mean, for instance, for me, I chose the project I chose. I mean, I was given lots of options to choose from, and I ended up choosing this one in chemical engineering because I thought it could be a career that I could follow, like next year, for instance. And I ended up not liking it that much. I mean, I really enjoyed the experience. I really liked people there. They were really nice. It was really interesting, but I think it's not like the thing I want to do next year. So in that sense, it was helpful. And also, friends of mine who have tried other experiences in other universities, for instance, are also really, really happy with it, and they have a bigger insight of what university life looks like. Also, in terms of the people you meet there, I not only met people that were researching in chemical engineering, but I also met mathematicians, I met physicists, and I got to talk to them. And that was something that I was really looking forward to, because, I really wanted to know from an inside perspective, as I'm saying, what these careers look like, and it really helped me in that way.
Perfect. And I understand from your words that it was a changing and transforming experience for you. But did you have any challenges during your education as well?
Yeah. Well, for instance, we have to change the project. Like once we were there for a week, and then we were going to study how. We studied how some bacteria could eliminate pollutants from wastewater. And we were going to study how the changes in pH would affect those bacteria. And then a week from the beginning of the research, we found out that it was not a parameter that we could change, because it kept constant, and our hypothesis didn't work. So we had to change that. And I, as a person that always, I'm a really organized person, and for me it's kind of difficult to just, when people change my plans, I struggle a bit, but then they told me, people that were working there, that it's their daily basis. It's how you work in research and in science. And we changed the hypothesis. We ended up researching temperature instead of pH, and it ended up really well. So Yeah, perfect.
So it's the nature of the STEAM, in fact.
Yeah,
so you
totally.
need to be flexible, you need to adapt yourself according to the different variables. But I think the challenges made you more successful and more, I don't know, maybe it was very helpful for you. The challenges were also very helpful for you. Thank you.
It's the difference between the class and the real life.
Yes, it's the reality of the life as well. So from the first verse of yours, I can say that STEAM has a holistic nature, and STEAM has a practical nature. STEAM has a collective nature, and also from your verse, it's a transforming nature as well. Now, I would like to go on with and learn more about your experiences. So I have other questions for you. Jose, in your session with Isabel Blanco Pumar, you talked about having a high level of motivation. And you are innovative teachers, Isabel and you, and there are teachers like you. But these are few. So there are not so many teachers who are innovative teachers, but they need to be supported, as Shusho mentioned, and they need to be sincerely supported. They need support. And we need change, but it's not so easy to disseminate this high level of motivation, this interest, this excitement, but we need to disseminate and we need to diffuse this innovative side of STEAM education. So how do you think we can diffuse or disseminate and reach out to more teachers, and how can we make more teachers more innovative, and how can we foster them?
Well, if you see a motivated teacher, an innovative teacher in a school, sometimes it's the only one, or maybe with another one. We need spaces for them to be with other crazy teachers, that they are innovative, but they are crazy as well. So we need some places where they can meet all together. Sometimes we can talk about a science fair. Sometimes we can talk about a meeting for teachers interested in something. When you go to a meeting like this one, you come back to the school in another way. You are thinking, I'm always thinking when I stay in a meeting in Brussels or in another part, when I come back very tired at the airplane, I was writing a lot of ideas that I have, and then maybe they are flowering or not flowering, but at the moment I'm going to write. And I think the teachers, and I come back to the new teachers, need to be with other teachers. Maybe for me, some inspiration, I'm going to confess you, that I stay a lot, 24 years ago, with teachers from primary school. I stay in a primary school, and I stay with the teachers that they are involved in a lot of projects. I learn a lot from them. I learn a lot of methodology, how to work with the kids, more than I was a secondary school teacher, but I was working with a primary school teacher. So I learned a lot at this moment. And at that moment I saw, well, if this guy with 60 years is working with the kids, it's a lot of hours working in the afternoon, in the morning. So I don't know if I can do these kind of things, but I'm going to try. It inspires me. And I think sometimes we need somebody who inspires. In California, I know there is a school of teachers that the point is each 15 days they meet the young teachers and the old teachers. And the old teachers tell the young teachers not the bad things of our profession. They know very, very fast. The good things, how to do, how to explain the things, how different resources for them. I offer my knowledge for you. And then the young teacher says, well, if these guys can do this with 20 years of experience, why I cannot? And I hope different spaces to be with the old teachers, but the good old teachers, not the bad, and not the depressed good teachers. We need teachers that they like to go to the class, and I have a lot of problems, but when I stay in the class, the problems are my students, and they need to learn with me, and they need to enjoy with me. They don't need to know my problems. They need to know that tomorrow they can stay. Tomorrow they can go to my class and enjoy again. This is the point.
So we need to create more opportunities to meet the innovative teachers with the others, and maybe providing them the opportunities to create some professional learning communities might be helpful.
Yeah, but in the middle with a prize to come here, a prize to stay in another city, all together. Well, the craziest teachers, STEAM teachers in Europe stay in this country, and all together maybe there are a lot of interchanges, and we can talk a lot about projects, and we can meet all together. And I am sure that there are increase the level of Erasmus Plus projects because the teachers meet another teachers like them.
Yeah, it provides the incentive, the motivation as well, because teachers get more motivated when they attend such kind of projects, because you have the chance to, as you say, exchange their ideas in a diverse community. So it's really important. I agree with you. So, Ligita, according to your studies and wider literature in the field, what kind of support can higher education institutions provide to foster STEAM education in schools? In your first question, you mentioned about this issue, but can you elaborate on that? And in what ways can universities connect with schools? It's important to have the collaboration of universities with schools. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think that cooperation and really organic, maybe natural cooperation, it will be valuable because, as I mentioned, universities have this know-how and even, maybe higher level of knowledge, and this knowledge may be applicable at schools as well. For example, some consultation related with study programs, and because after school children go to universities and they should be ready for this. So even some programs, some methods of teaching could be good, as well as preparation of teachers as well. Teachers are should be prepared at universities, so therefore some new methodologies and other key aspects should be learned at university and after that implemented at schools. And a lot of other issues, even as I mentioned, the cooperation with stakeholders and what you mentioned, relationship with practices, yes, it's very important. Maybe some solutions, it should be proposed from universities in cooperation with schools, and these problems can be found out at particular companies. I think that there are a lot of space for cooperation and a lot of space for do good, nice jobs in cooperation with universities, yes.
Yeah. So it should start with the pre-service teacher training at the university education for the teacher candidates, and then we can connect with schools to do some researches or to carry out some studies.
Yeah, when I am thinking where should be changed that teachers, for example, would like to apply STEAM in everyday life. So yes, everything depends on people, on personalities, and so if we have those motivated, good prepared teachers, and a lot of critical mass will be those teachers who would like to work even extra hours despite that they are in general busy. But this internal motivation, of course, at first depends from personal ones, but another thing is related with resources. Of course, resources, not only money, but resources, time, materials, and even knowledge. So the good preparation of teachers at university, it may have big influence on our new generation as well. So I just coming back to the main idea that we must have holistic approach to all this ecosystem and to think about every stakeholder input in all this huge ecosystem.
Exactly. Yes. Yes, exactly. I agree with you, and it's really important to get all the stakeholders together and learn from them. And universities are very important stakeholders and one of the key stakeholders in this collaboration process. Thank you. And now I turn to Şurşo again. My question is about the teachers without STEM background, other teachers from other subject disciplines. So if I am a non-STEM background teacher, and personally I'm an English teacher, for example, what can the STEM approach mean to me, and how can I make use of a STEM approach in my teaching or in the teaching and learning process? We learned some practical ideas from Isabel. She was an English teacher as well.
Yeah. Yes.
And what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, well, Isabel, hello Isabel. Yeah, she showed us some ideas of how to integrate the STEAM in other subjects, no sub-technologies as English. And that's my idea too, of working. I mean, the workshop I did right now, we make a digital ruler. So the idea is to work, in this case we were working maths, by making this ruler. But you can work any subject if you are able to design an activity that can fit in that subject. For instance, 1 or 2 years ago, I don't remember, I went to a teacher training course. I was giving the course, I was teaching the course in Ferrol, and we were making a model of a house. So it was a domotic house, automatic lights, etc. And I was telling the teachers that with that activity they can work, for instance, the language of the house, the restroom, the living room, the roof, the ceiling, etc. They also can work the math, the measures. They can. So the thing, the most important thing is the design of the activity. How can you integrate different subjects? But I think it's always possible. Sometimes it's hard.
Creativity. We need creativity.
Creativity. Yeah. Sometimes it's difficult to get with the activity, but I think it's always possible. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's also quite natural because somehow all the disciplines or all the different divisions of science, they are all serve for the same purpose. So in the flow of time in the history, somehow we divide the subjects into very specific areas, and now we would like to bring them together. And STEAM is one of the approaches that will serve for that purpose, I think. And as you say, it's really easy to connect different disciplines with one another, so maybe it's a good idea to create some space for teachers from different subjects to co-work, co-teach, come together, share ideas, or develop some projects.
Yes, and as you said, it's not the work of one teacher, it's the work of all the teachers. They work together in a cooperative way. The language teacher, the science teacher, they think, okay, what kind of activity can we do with that? And one thing that is funny, one of the teachers on that course, she told me, sure, I don't think that my students are going to learn anything with this, because I think that they are playing. You know, but that's the point. Okay, they are learning without knowing it. No, they are playing, they are doing things, and they are internalizing, in this case, the vocabulary, for instance, of the house. That was great.
Absolutely.
And I think we should share this message to teachers. It's not bad that you know your particular subject very good. But it's like complex that I know other subjects. If I teach mathematics, I don't know other STEAM subjects, so how to deal with this? But as Shushu mentioned, it's cooperation. It may be common projects. And if you know your subject very well, it's perfect. But with cooperation with your colleagues, you may do something quite nice, quite good, but it should be done somehow. It should be some space for this work. I hope that it will be a solution how to do in order to integrate different subjects in classes.
As you emphasized before, the holistic nature is really important. So we should look at the holistic perspective, and in this way we can see the bigger picture, the big idea. So STEM serves for this purpose as well. Okay, and Sylvia, what do you think about this issue, and how did you experience this holistic nature in your education experience? I mean, how did you collaborate with other people from other disciplines? What were your experiences in that?
In my project, I didn't really, in the project itself, I don't think I really mixed lots of subjects. But of course, as I was saying, I did work with people that were different professionals. I mean, I worked with physicists, then mathematicians, engineers. So they were working together there, and they also taught me this, what you were talking about, that collaboration is key in this kind of field, and without any of them, it could not work. So yeah, and I also think it's a really interesting approach, because we can learn lots of things from mixing of all subjects and all the disciplines, and it can be much more enriching. And for instance, it's really important to do the research and being there, for instance, in science, in the lab. But it's also really important the moment when you start writing your paper. And that for me was a thing that it was my first time doing. And you were talking about the advantages when you go to university, and I think that's a really important one. I mean, there are people that don't do STEM baccalaureate. They don't really have the skills once they get into university to, I don't know, citing or just writing a science paper or a humanities paper or whatever, and just researching on the internet and having a good, good funds in order to write your work, and then you have to present it, and you need other skills which other professionals can help you with. So I think, yeah, collaboration is a really interesting point as well.
Thank you. So the STEM baccalaureate program makes you one step further in your life path, you can say.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you. And now I would like to ask for your recommendations and advices in the third round. So Jose, as an educator working at a policy level institution, what is one piece of advice you would give to someone who wants to start STEAM education practices at school?
Well, if you are in a school, you are in your school as a teacher, no are changing 1 year in each school. If you are in your school, I recommend here in Galicia and maybe in other countries to start with a STEM club, STEAM club, involved another teachers. If you are very talkative, you can talk to the other teachers, and with the English teacher, in this case the Spanish teacher or Galician teacher, we can talk to the art teacher or the music teacher. You have a lot of opportunities to do activities between the teachers, and the students enjoy more than to be only science or only technology. Sometimes the students loves art or loves sports, so you need to be prepared for these students. So I recommend in my case was the STEM club. I recommend the STEM club because you be in contact with the kids, with 8, 9, 10 kids, and you talk to them, you go to the science fairs, you spend 1 day with them, and the relation between the teacher and the students is more than in a class. You can increase this relation, you are a person. Sometimes the students see the teachers like teachers, it's not a person, it's a teacher. And in this case, you are a person. When you go to the STEM back, you see the researcher. Oh, she's very funny. She's very funny. Yeah, is with white coat, but it's funny. It doesn't matter. You can go with them and talk to them. And he's talking to me all the time. And sometimes do jokes. Yes, of course. He's a person. Okay, in this case, we need to be persons with our students. And I think it's the first step to be in contact with your students.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Oh,
I mean, it's
thank you.
another atmosphere outside from your normal classes, and it's really nice. It's a really nice experience, yeah.
Thank you. And what about some books we can suggest for teachers? What would be the best resource for educators, for teachers, or for researchers you will suggest who want to dive in deeper in STEAM education or STEAM practices?
Well, I think what we are talking, maybe to go out from universities or from schools to create some nice space where we would like to be and to feel good without any requirements. And this what will bring back will encourage us to do something better. We'll have more contacts, we feel better, we'll be in better mood and so on, and it will drive us to integrate this team. So therefore, I was thinking today, is teaching is a job or it's a pleasure? Well, this conference, this day, it was a pleasure for me. So I am thinking if every teacher will experience this in his or her daily life, it will be maybe more engaging and easier even for them to adapt all these new requirements, new methods, and so on.
So you suggest attending more events?
I think that these events and even similar projects encourage teachers to communicate among each other, as well to have contact with universities and to be braver, to trust themselves. Because when we start something new, it's quite, we don't feel very well. But if we know that we have support, and even no matter where, in Spain or in another country, it will be easier for us to do a lot. And if we'll know that in any time we may call Susu and to ask how to do this, it will be engaging as well. And we may tell our friends, well, that guy from Spain told me that I have to do in such a way, so...
Yeah, increasing the opportunities for increasing the experiences.
Yeah, and it's networking as well, very important. Support,
having support. And Jose talked about touching students, increasing opportunities with students, with teachers.
This informal connections, I see that they are very important. I know from my personal experience that when we have personal contact with my daughter's teacher, it's in another way. It's, we are like friends, and it's not like some division. And it's easier even communicate, and for children to go to school when you know that teacher is a friend.
Yeah, I agree. Removing the barriers for communication is very important.
Estaban diciendo las cosas turcas y
Okay. Other question to Shusho. As a mentor, what is the question you are most tired of hearing on this subject of STEAM education? And what would you say about it so you never have to answer it again? So what would be the recommendation, or what would be the thing that you would like to say to teachers?
Yeah, well, I think we are out of time, so I'm going to be very short. They always tell me the same, time. I don't have time to work this way. And I always say the same. Okay, you don't have to work STEAM on a separated way. You try to integrate in your classes. It's like you are teaching the solar system. Instead of learn by heart the planets, you can do a STEAM activity like design then in Tinkercad or whatever. So integrate things. That's it. Very short.
Thank you. Thank you. Now that we are out of time, maybe we can finalize with your final words. So maybe you can share one strong motto, or what is the one final word that you would like to share with the audience to inspire them? I can start with Sylvia.
So, as my perspective as a student, I would say motivation is key, and for me, keeping an open mind. In my case, when you don't really know what you're going to spend your life doing, keeping an open mind is really important as well.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to be very fast. The same as this morning. Take care of the kids. Take care of the teachers.
Perfect.
Well, I was going to say motivation. Maybe enjoy and don't be afraid.
Perfect. Okay.
Well, yes, it's my recommendation. If you believe in something, so please do that in what you believe, And this small step to a better world creation will help to a lot of people.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for attending this session. Now we are closing today, and tomorrow we are going to be going on with our second day. Thank you for attending. Thank you for your attention. Good night. Good evening.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for being here for such a long day. And we hope you take some learnings from today. And please don't forget this project, Edificio STEAM. There are lots of materials. It's going to finish next year or next month, but there are lots of materials at your disposal. And at the same time, remember that you are after what's been said here today, you are the main actors, and the students are the main actors. So thank you again for this day. Thank you very much. And there's one thing, this today was compulsory, all right, for certification, but tomorrow there is this will be, you will be informed, or we can share the link to today's streaming and so on. But tomorrow we have non-compulsory online conferences as well, okay? You will have some kind of communication about this, but this is not compulsory for you. It's for any time when you have a time to perhaps listen to them and see what other teachers are doing around Europe. And remember that this is an Erasmus Plus project. Keep an eye that it's very, very interesting to work with other people in other countries on topics that are of your own interest, on your school interest. So thank you again, and thank you for coming.